Let's figure this out. I have my live right now. Efforting. Yes. Okay. So I am live there. This is okay. Cool. We'll get this going. Don't need this up anymore. Can close this down. If we go to here and there, okay. And we can pull up my social stream ninja stuff. Where's this at? There we go. Should be like this. Okay, that's up and running. We're going to drop a notice in Discord. So let's get that up. Open, okay. So we're about to roll here. Let me see. I know this is really excited for anyone who actually watches the replay. Hearing me mumble to myself with my impromptu live stream that I just threw up for the hell of it. Hey, you saw me on Deconstruction Zone, huh? Well, thank you for that. I'm glad to have you on board. This is a little bit different. You are my one viewer here. This is not my normal. I've been trying to kind of put my stamp on doing every Tuesday night, starting at 5 o'clock Central, and then going until whenever, you know. But today I was doing a little work, Skepticus work, I guess, for the upcoming stream on Tuesday. And as I did this, I said, you know what? I'm going to launch a new live stream just today, an impromptu live stream, and see if I can get some other people kind of brainstorming with me as I go through this. So give me a second here and I will explain to you exactly what I want anyone to be able to help me brainstorm on. And if no one has any brainstorming to give me, then they can just watch me build this. I guess maybe, I don't know if that's very engaging, but it'll be a little different than my normal live stream. So we'll just roll with that. I'm throwing a quick reference here into Discord just because I don't know if there's any people on Discord who see it when I put it there, but they have a channel where you can advertise and say, hey, you know, this is a video I put up, or this is a live stream. So maybe some people will see that and come over. So I'm going to add that in here really quick. Give me just a sec. And let's see, get my link and get shareable link and put this in the let's see, go live alert. Okay, so there, and I'll quickly put this link there for anyone who wants to see it, which is promote yourself. There we go. So you can put links to videos there in Discord. Okay, so let's get into this. I'm going to pour myself a drink, And I'm going to show you guys what I've been building. And if, like I said, this is, you can think of this as a brainstorming session. So if anyone wants to ask questions or, you know, provide input, provide their ideas, etc., I am all about it. And if they don't have anything to add, that's fine. And you guys can watch me work, I guess, if you like, or, you know, just kind of roll with it, see how we're doing. But hopefully I might be able to get some more input from others as well. But give me just a second here and I will pull this up on screen and show you guys what I'm talking about. Let's see. Let me see here. Live sources. I'm just seeing if I have my... And if this seems really disorganized, it's because it's not my normal time and I didn't sit here and get myself properly prepped. And I just said, hey, let me see how fast I can throw up a live stream and then go from there. So we'll see. So I think we're good here. So I got this, and just checking a few other things here really quickly, making sure that we are good to go. Okay, that's already selected. Okay, cool. All right. So let me pull up on screen. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. It'll be a little hard to see. I'm going to make it bigger, but I will make it bigger, easy to read. Well, that's a little too big. That's going crazy, but okay. This is the new website that I have launched. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing that's going to impress you with incredible graphics, etc. But I wanted to launch this actually in preparation for Tuesday's live stream, which will be a more formal event and hopefully a lot of fun, because Tuesday is not only my normal night for doing these live streams, but on top of that, it will be the 1 year anniversary of the channel, which I'm kind of excited about. You know, I mean, it's funny because in real life, in my life outside of Skepticus, I don't care about birthdays. I care about anniversaries when I have to, like, you know, to make the wife happy and such. But I don't care usually about the fact that you've gone around the sun one time since you did a certain thing, right? I guess that's kind of a classic skeptic viewpoint to have on these types of things. But for me, at least, this milestone, if you want to call it that, with the channel is just kind of cool to think that, oh, I have been doing this now for a year. I've put up hundreds of videos. You know, I've had ups and downs. Sometimes I get a lot of viewers. Sometimes I don't. I just started live streaming recently. But anyway, the Tuesday live stream will be a lot of fun. It'll be the 1 year anniversary. But kind of, I got my gears turning. And I started thinking, what do I want? I wanted to have a resource that I could use on screen while I am doing my live streams. If you guys might be familiar with this, because, like, for example, Justin, and I'm not putting myself in his league at all, but Justin, you know, has like his spreadsheet, right, that he shares with members. And it's like the master spreadsheet of all these, you know, verses and everything from the Bible. So I guess you can say on one level, I'm kind of sort of doing that. Although I don't want to say that it's exactly the same thing. It's more like, well, it's kind of my version of that. Not because anyone needs to add on to what Justin does. I mean, he certainly, you know, has this stuff down pat, and he has so much knowledge about everything. But I have some other things that I wanted to make available to myself and even to viewers of the live streams or of the recorded videos as like a resource going forward. So that's what led to this little thing that you see here in the on the screen. So I don't know if you can see it there very well. It's skepticus.info. Actually, I should put that in the description really quick for the video. Bear with me just a second. I'm going to throw that in the description for the video as well, in case anybody wonders where that is at. So I'm going to pull this up and just a second. Live edit details. Oh, okay. I already put it there. Okay. I'm kind of harebrained. Okay. I already put it there. So, all right. It's already in the description. So you can see it in the description. But skepticus.info is the site. Of course, the homepage is pretty blah. It gives you the time of the live stream. It gives you the link if you wanted to. I mean, it's already in the description, but if you wanted to click the link and call in, or if you wanted to go to the channel, nothing crazy there, right? Then I have Bible verses, which is only lightly populated right now, which I'm just going to use for a dropping point for any types of verses that I would really like to have quick and handy. So, you know, you got the verse, you've got a quick description, and if I click on it, it gives me the full text of whatever the verse says. Quite frankly, this is not really built out right now, although if there are any specific verses that you think, and I could probably sit here for hours and just go through verses that are probably really helpful and impactful to have available either on a live stream or in a conversation with someone or whatever. So if you want to start giving me ideas on verses to load into here, I certainly can do that. I have another panel for contradictions. Once again, this is also rather lightly populated right now, although you can imagine, I assume that this will get much more populated in the near future. Oh, there's one thing I need to do here. I need to reload this because this is the old version. I have a lot more data. I just realized, like, where's this data? Okay, so here's verses. Here's the docs section. So the docs section is, as the name kind of implies, it's a place for me to put a dumping ground of more lengthy dissertations. A dissertation is, that's a little bit arrogant, but you know, I took a bunch of notes for things that I find to be important talking points. I will freely admit that I had Gemini kind of work up narratives around my notes so that it was kind of giving you a cogent argument, although it was working off of my notes. So you can see you have things like, you know, do biblical troop counts make sense? And then we have this, it's not terribly long, but it's more than just a blurb, right? But the docs section is supposed to be for places where you don't want a 1 or 2 sentence answer. You don't want to reference just a Bible verse or two, but you actually want to give an argument for something. So do biblical troop counts make sense? Does the Bible endorse slavery? You know, a lot of these, of course, you've seen already. Even if you haven't seen this exact text, you know, like one of the ones that I wanted to put in here because you hear this all of the damn time. I literally saw Glenn Scrivener once again throw this pablum up on the screen a few days ago because, as so many lazy ass apologists, he and so many of the others, you know, they want to take every death from the Nazi regime and somehow equate this with atheism, and then they want to take every death from the Soviet regime and they want to equate this with atheism, you know. So you can see I created, like, is atheism to blame for Nazi atrocities? And we have a whole explanation here of why it really doesn't make any goddamn sense, right? You know, is atheism to blame for the atrocities of the Khmer Rouge? And, you know, just in case, you know, if you guys, of course, this is live on the web right now. So if you go to skepticus.info, you can pull this up. You don't have to try to read it in this little window that I've given you. But I just realized I should move this. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that now. I'll worry about the layout on the screen later for Tuesday's show. But, you know, a lot of these things, like, you know, they don't sit here and just come up with a help me come up with bullshit stream. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if you're new to the channel there, bro, but when I say brainstorm apologetics, I don't mean in favor of apologetics. I could have put brainstorm counter apologetics. That would probably be more accurate, but I'm definitely not brainstorming new Christian apologetics. technically the word apologetics doesn't have to apply to Christianity or religion, but I think it normally does. You can engage in apologetics on other topics, but I think we all know that generally speaking, apologetics refers too often to religion and even specifically Christianity, although there are Muslim apologists, etc. But yeah, but I understand. Maybe my title was not perfectly descriptive there, bro. So no worries. But I'm trying to bro with the fro. I love that. That's that's a great username. Although I will say this, if I were to see you in person and you have that username and you don't have a righteous fucking fro, I'd just be like, dude, that's wrong. Like, I hope it's just like, thick and luscious. But yeah, the title might be a little bit misleading. Although I think if you spend a few minutes watching this at all, you'll realize that I am not a friend of apologists. And if you were to look at anything else on the channel, you would also realize that. But yes, just going from, but I guess the reason why I said I have a fro, I swear, I'll take your word for it, but I trust you, bro. But but if you didn't, if I were to see you in person and you got like tight cut or something, I'd be like, dude, man, that ain't right. That ain't right. You got to have a righteous fro if you're going to have that name. But in a way, I am brainstorming apologetics because, of course, I'm brainstorming the answer to those or counter apologetics, but it's kind of the same thing. It's like, okay, what are other apologetic points that I want to get into this site for now and future use? And again, I know I'm being a little bit repetitive, but this could be things that I want to have as easily available at my fingertips when I'm on a live stream, but it doesn't have to be during a live stream. And because, I wanted to make the site like, I could have just put this up on my local machine, what programmers call your local host. And that was actually going to be one of the first things that I was going to do, because when you're building websites or web applications, when you're building it, you run it on your local machine just so that you can see what the website looks like and whether or not it works. And at first I thought, I'm just going to throw up a website on my local machine because I'm a programmer and I will just use it during live streams. But then the more of this that I did, the more I started thinking, this could be a resource for anybody. I mean, I don't want to be too arrogant about that because I'm not saying that the whole world of non-believers is going to start coming to my site as some primary resource. But if it helps anyone at any time, then that would be great too. So again, going through these descriptions, I got the docs, and you can kind of get the feel of what those are. Got a little search up here so you can find things quickly. I have the contradictions, and once again, this is lightly populated right now, but I would love to get suggestions for the contradictions that I should put in. Illustrations, we're probably not going to put in. Well, we could put in illustrations today. If you have something from the web, and this is really images, illustrations, images, things that I think are useful to bring up, during conversations. So for example, William, who's a regular follower of the channel, he had sent me this the other day. I didn't create this, but it's a really good illustration for God's plan for marriage, right? One man, one woman. Yeah, right. So it's a great illustration. Now, some of these I did create. I put this one up because I don't know if you guys will appreciate this, but I find the fine-tuning argument to be just as stupid as every other argument for God that I've ever found. And when they talk about, these numbers, they're so precise and they would have to be in exactly this, to this degree of detail in order for us to support life. It's like, this is so anthropocentric that they don't understand that. So I put up this illustration because I thought, okay, if we didn't have pi to all of these different digits, which it's an irrational number, so it will go on forever, of course. But in theory, you cannot know the exact area of a circle unless you know pi. And if you get any of these numbers wrong, your calculations will be at least somewhat off. Does that mean God did it? Did God make pi? Did God give us pi? But that was one of the things that I did there. I'm looking at the comments a little bit. I think it's wild that the easiest counter to religion is I don't believe in magic, and no one has demonstrated magic to be real, but that's not good enough for magic believers. LOL. That's true. Well, so to be fair, bro, I will say this, because I was a Christian for 40 years, and saying that I don't believe it doesn't mean that it's not true, right? And saying that I don't believe Yahweh's up there, saying that I don't, even saying that there's no evidence of it doesn't mean technically that that's not true. I mean, I can tell you all day why not only do I not think it's true, but also I think I'm perfectly justified in discarding any religious claims. But I do understand that for those who are believers, just you telling me that you don't believe is not really a counter argument. It's just a statement of your internal mental state. Yes, Daryl says, apologetics is not about honest inquiry. It's about defending the conclusions that they have already decided were true. So, a weird side note, when I started this channel, I had heard the term Christian apologetics, but I didn't really realize what Christian apologetics was. Of course, I knew that there are people out there who will mindlessly and endlessly defend their faith. But I didn't really realize that there's like this little industry, if you will, of people who, some of them are paid fairly well. Some of them make a living from, as C.J. Cornthwaite puts it, they make a living out of lying to children. Now, that's not the only field in the world where people earn money and make a living from lying, or even specifically lying to children. But nonetheless, I didn't realize the depths to which apologetics exists and will stoop. So that has been, in fact, I was thinking about for the Tuesday stream, which will again be the 1-year anniversary. So everyone get on the Tuesday stream, bookmark that. But for the Tuesday stream, one of the things I was thinking about talking about is just the things that I have learned about Christianity in the last year since I have started this channel. Because, hey, Michael, good to see you. This is a very impromptu session here. I know that we weren't planning for this, but I thought that might be an interesting side note to discuss on Tuesday's stream. We'll see. I don't know. I'm still working out exactly what we're going to do on Tuesday's stream because I want it to be like a little different than most, since it will be the 1-year anniversary. But where I went down that whole rabbit hole replying to you, Daryl, was that it absolutely blows my mind that there are people, I don't care if you want to believe in God, that's fine. I don't care if you're religious, that's fine. But in any aspect of life, let's throw religion out of it for a second. If any aspect of life, when you pick the conclusion first, and then all you will do is doggedly work back from that conclusion, you have completely thrown out your intellectual integrity, and you have destroyed any basis that you have for your argument. I mean, to be fair, you can be an apologist, which I think is an intellectually bankrupt position, and you can still, by accident sometimes, stumble onto some good arguments or good points. But that being said, anytime you start backwards, this applies to science, right? And scientists can be guilty of this at times, but if your science is that you have already decided that you know how this works, and now you're going to try to do everything that you can to prove your position, even in the face of knowledge. I guess that's the critical thing. That's the embarrassing, what should be an embarrassing thing if you're an apologist. Because even scientists, they start from a conclusion and work backwards. It's called a hypothesis, right? You formulate a hypothesis, and then if you're doing good science, you start testing the hypothesis, and you listen, you pay careful attention to the data that comes back from your hypothesis. And if your hypothesis does not hold water, you either reject your hypothesis or you reformulate it greatly until, hey, Michael, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate you, bro. If Michael's so cool, he's such a great supporter. If I ever need a tip, I can just reach out and start another live stream. He'd be like, Michael, throw me $3. I'm laughing, but he's such a great supporter, so that's really cool. But you can start from a position. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but then you have to have the intellectual integrity to actually honestly listen to the data. And you have to be open-minded enough to reformulate or even discard your premises if it turns out that the data argues against them. So that is what, in my humble opinion, apologists cannot or will not do in almost any single case. Yeah, Bros is trying to prove your position wrong should be more important than the desire to be right. I mean, in the best example, if everyone's doing things properly, then proving yourself wrong is incredibly valuable. And it is, on some level, what we should all be searching for, because just trying to prove yourself right is arrogant. It's putting yourself in a echo box, but proving yourself wrong has so much more value. Now, that being said, you don't have to be an apologist to sometimes be a little allergic to trying to prove yourself wrong, right? All of us, believers and non-believers alike, scientists, engineers, everyone has sometimes, unfortunately, the human tendency at times to, get too invested in your own position, and then to defend it to the point of even throwing away some of your integrity. But hopefully that doesn't happen too much, at least outside of religion. So, Michael, I was just telling everyone here that I'm kind of brainstorming here because I'm coming up with things that I want to add to this new site. I'm kind of rolling out the site on Tuesday, the 1-year anniversary show, but I was sitting here clacking away on my keyboard, and then I was saying, I could just throw up a live stream and see if other people have inputs that they want to put on this. So I was showing the people that what I have on this site here, which is publicly available. You guys can go to it too. The link's in the description at skepticus.info. So another feature I have here, and this is just a visual cue. This isn't meant to necessarily save information, but you can see, like, I've been doing a lot of work around the prophecies that Jesus fulfilled. I can't even say that with a straight face, man. The idea that Jesus fulfilled any prophecy in the Bible is such an absolute steaming pile of horseshit. But, this is something that Christians will go on and on about. So I have gotten to the point now where I create my own little scorecard, and I put the scorecard in here just as a way to provide a quick visual reference. So if, for example, someone were to call me, on a show and say, oh, well, Genesis 14:18 is a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus, I'd say, okay, well, let's go through this. Let's put this in here. You can, this isn't required, but you can put it in if you want. The Last Supper foreshadowed. And then where is this supposedly fulfilled? Matthew 26-29. So, and then if I say show the scorecard, this is what it will show me. Obviously, it just shows the data that I already typed in here, right? I should put a hook to where it'll actually. I should put a hook that where it'll like go get Bible verses. I'm sure there has to be an API that I could hit. I don't know if that's too technical for you guys. API is an interface between programs. There's probably a Bible interface. That would be really cool to be able to type in. I wonder if Bible Gateway has that. Anyway, and then, for each of these things, these are the standards that I have argued for should be applied to every supposed instance of a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus or anyone in the Bible. Like first one, is it a forecast? It sounds really stupid, right? But most of the prophecies that Christians claim are not even forecasts. So since it's not a forecast, I'd say, no, it gets an X, Was it published prior to the, well, okay, that was public, like on and on, we can go through these and we can see which ones apply and which ones don't. And then you can kind of look at the scorecard when you're done. It's just a visual cue because it doesn't, when you put this in, there's not a save button. There's just a clear and enter new values button because it's just a way for me to illustrate better on screen that the common sense aspects of your so-called bullshit prophecy that you want to accredit to your God man don't even meet basic standards of prophecy, and they're not fulfilled. In most cases, they're not fulfilled by Jesus or anyone. But even in the best cases where there are fulfilled prophecies in the Bible, they're not fulfilled by Jesus. So that's another feature. This is one you guys aren't going to help me brainstorm on this, but I added a soundboard. Now, one thing I wanted to do, I wanted to see if you guys can hear this. So if I click this, does that put a sound through? Is anyone there hearing something like when I do this? Because there's a feature here in OBS that allows me to supposedly port audio from this window through. But I don't know if you guys are actually hearing anything there when I click these buttons. So, okay, so you can't hear it. All right. I'll have to play with that later. I'll figure that out. It's not a big deal. I mean, I'll get it working because, okay, you guys aren't hearing it. That's cool. I have a source library here for links, and then syllogisms, which is, just another type of data, but I like to sometimes I have these syllogisms I want to put out separately. So, like, there is no objective morality. And I put my premises, I put my conclusions. I also have an ability here to put notes in them. So, like here, you can see this one has notes. So then so like, for example, the quotes of Jesus are fiction. And I give you the premises for why this, and then I give you the conclusion that the words of Jesus are fiction. In this case, I have a few notes. So that's okay, Michael. That feature with the soundboard, I got to figure out how to hook that up through OBS, which is the software that drives the stream. So I didn't know if that was going to work, and it's okay because I really just want to make sure kind of it works on Tuesday. That would be great. But and then the last feature I have on here, this is just another, maybe it's silly, just a graphical feature, because this doesn't save anything. But like if you've watched Deconstruction Zone, you'll see like where he starts talking to someone and you're trying to actually understand what it is that they're proposing and what premises and conclusions they're talking about. So here, you can, if someone starts talking and you want to actually define their stuff on screen, it just in a way that's a little more visually appealing than pulling up a notepad. I can just sit here and say, okay, your premise is that God is love, and your premise is that love would never lead to genocide. And then, premise here then is God cannot and will not endorse genocide. That's your conclusion, right? And then, and of course I can clear them, I can remove them or whatever, but it's just a little more visually structured way of putting premises and conclusions on screen. And then if you're talking to someone, you can say, all right, well, what do I have wrong about the premises, or what's wrong with your conclusion? So all that being said, the things I'm looking for brainstorming ideas on are, what Bible verses do I want to have quickly at my fingertips? I mean, I can pretty much get to, anything on my Bible software that I want, but anything that I want, like in the chute here, ready to go. What topics should be discussed in relatively greater detail here in my documents, because these are a little longer form, but they go into more detail about the bigger issues. So what contradictions should we highlight? Because of course we can go on for a long time on contradictions, right? And what sources, are there other links that I should have in here? And what syllogisms should I? Hey, William, welcome to this impromptu. I was just talking about you earlier. Welcome to this impromptu little brainstorming session. So the thing I'm trying to get clarity on, to give you guys more detail here, I'm looking for what should be highlighted on my site. What Bro says, what do you think about a tab that goes into Bible stories from the victim's point of view? Like imagine a telling of a Malachite farmer with a family on the day First Samuel 15, 2-3 comes through. That would be interesting. And what would be interesting about that is, like, I hate to sound like such an AI little, sycophant, because AI has obviously some issues with it, right? In terms of the way that we're using it and the way that it wastes, doesn't respect artists and such. But that could be a really cool way to like kind of leverage AI, because I'm not going to sit here and write my own Bible fan fiction about, about the story, but I could sit here with the AI and say, here's the story, here's the verses, like give me I wouldn't make it a 500-page book or something, but I'd say, okay, give me a short story from this person's perspective. That could be interesting. I'm not going to sit here and do that today, but I'm going to write that down. I mean, that's the point of brainstorming, right? So let me put this in my other notes app over here just a second. If you guys wondering why I'm just sitting here quiet for a second, I have other notes up over here that I can take notes of. So let's see. So I'm putting down possibly stories from the perspective of biblical victims. That would be really interesting. William says, first I love Daryl. This is good. I got to highlight this really quick. Just a second. God is love. Love is blind. Ray Charles is blind. Draw your own conclusion. That's good. And then William says, you can actually use the deep dive feature in Notebook LM to create podcasts discussing those embarrassing Bible episodes. I'm not sure exactly where you're going with that, William. I do know, like, I've done some Notebook LM stuff. I actually did one video that used the visuals from Notebook LM behind me. Didn't do that great, but I don't know if that has anything to do with the Notebook LM stuff. But I have noticed there is a problematic trend where, you have these AI slop channels, right? And one thing that some people have been trying to do is use Notebook LM to drive their AI slop channel. So I have seen a bunch of channels recommended to me where I can tell just by hovering over the thumbnail, how it starts playing if you're on a desktop. I hover over the thumbnail and I can see the visuals, and then if you pull it up and listen to it, you can tell that the entire narrative is spoken by one of the AI people. So in other words, people will take an idea, not even a script. They'll take an idea, they'll feed it into Notebook LM, which will create a script. They will tell Notebook LM then to create the images for the video, and then they will tell Notebook LM to create the audio track for it. And then they will publish that as a video. Even though I have admitted, and I'm open on this channel about saying that I use AI, despite the fact that people have very differing and strong opinions on that. I understand that, but I use AI. But there are limits to how far I want to go on that. And I know personally, when I sometimes accidentally click on one of these videos and I see that all the video is Notebook LM graphics with a Notebook LM voice, narrating a Notebook LM script, I quickly, not only do I click off of it, but I tell YouTube never to recommend it to me again, because I don't mind people using AI in the service of their human-driven channel or video, but I do not like the AI slop stuff where people just truly try to just get AI to generate the whole damn thing. And sometimes you can tell the scripts are so bad that, like, I don't even know if a human read them. Some of them are pretty bad. Yeah, thank you, Michael. He says, I like your use of AI. And, I get varying opinions on that, but for the most part, I've had a pretty reasonable response from people about AI. Like, you guys know I use them for sometimes my backdrops, right? even these graphics on screen, you know, these are ultimately generated by AI. But so what I'm looking for is I'm looking for Bible verses to highlight. I'm looking for longer topics to outline docs. I'm looking for contradictions to highlight. I'm looking for any cool, let me see, any cool or helpful, interesting links, graphics to link to share. I'm looking for, finally, any syllogisms that we should spell out. I'll say memorialize on this site. So that's what I'm looking for. William, I was showing earlier where here under my illustrations, I have this that you sent to me last week, which is really cool. I love that. Also, I will tell you that under our soundboard, which I have to figure out how to get this to play through OBS. So I have to work on that. But I have these great Coward of the Week. You sent 5 of them. I thought 3 of them I loved the most. So I have them here in the soundboard. Although, again, my soundboard isn't really a soundboard right now because if I click on these, no one hears them. But I love that. So last week, William sent me these audio clips for, you know, someone saying Coward of the Week, which is going to be a feature that I will bring up anytime I need to on my weekly live stream. Rose says, Bro with the Fro says, I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. I have a really good website for you that goes into the doctrine and failed prophecies and such. If you'd like, sure, I'd love to see that. Absolutely. You can actually put it in the chat too. I wasn't sure before if you could actually put links to outside stuff in the chat, but it works because like I know I put links in there before and William sent me a link on there. So by all means, throw it in there. I wasn't sure before if they would like block that or something, like people, because they might get too many people spamming or something, but it works. So let me see, getting into some of my specific ideas here and actually looking at some of the stuff I've already put up kind of gives me more ideas as well in terms of the documents. So these I really like because they provide interesting additional detail. Oh, there's syllogisms too that I was working on right before I decided to pull up the live stream. I'm trying to think if there was another syllogism at the top. Well, actually, there's one syllogism I want to I'm going to put in right now. Now I don't have, because I control the code for this. I don't have like a form where I go on here and I enter the form and it saves. I just save the data object in the code itself. So if I'm typing some things and you're wondering what is he typing, I'm not seeing it on the screen. That's what I'm doing. But I'll also share this information with you. So some things I like to express in syllogistic form because some things are just so obvious conclusions. You know, if A and B, then C, and it's like, how the hell do you even argue with that? So, for example, although I wonder, here's one. Oh, I have another one here that I have to push up to the site. Just a second. So when I create new stuff and I push it to the site, and it takes a minute or two to get up there. I work on my code. I push it to Amazon. Amazon publishes it, yada, yada, yada. So that's the flow. But so let's do this. Let me pull up put this over here. And then you guys can see here. And I have, make this bigger. And if I say, all right, new syllogism, which is that, and these are really simple. I mean, none of these that I'm going to be even typing out, it's not like I'm typing them here because I want some credit for like, look at the amazing syllogism I came up with, or look at the amazing verse that I just decided to highlight. I mean, these are just so easy. But I'm trying to get as many of them down as possible because sometimes there's just so many of these obvious, logical, massive flaws in Christianity as a whole and apologetics specifically that you can't even remember them all. You know, it's like, it's hard to keep them at the top of your mind because sometimes there's just so much bullshit. It'd be one thing if Christianity had one flaw, you know, or just two flaws, like two little problems in it. Like, well, most of it's good, most of it makes sense, but there's just these one or two little problems that people have a hard time working around. But no, there's just so many that's why I wanted to create a site like this, because even though a lot of them are at the tip of my mind or the tip of my tongue, sometimes when you're talking live with someone, it can be hard to pull these things up or remember these things in a very quick and efficient way. So let's do this then. I wanted to say, yeah, bro with the fro, right? It falls apart at literally every angle. Doing this site like this morning when I was, you know, putting more stuff up here. There we go. See, it's updated. It's just amazing to me because if you sit down and you start going through the logical inconsistencies, they're overwhelming. And I know that sounds easy for me to say because, I'm an atheist. I hate Christians and I hate religion, which, you know, isn't entirely true. But, you know, the cynic could say, oh, of course you say that, Adam, because you hate all of this and you're cynical and, you know, you have church hurt or whatever, which I don't. But they'll just dismiss what I'm saying because they're like, oh, you're coming from this horrible anti-God place. So, of course, you don't agree with any of it. But most of the things that I can't help but notice now aren't even the problems of like supernatural stuff, right? Because, okay, Jesus healed a blind man. I mean, do I think that actually happened? No. But I understand that if you're a Christian, you're just going to take that on faith because it's a miracle claim and it's in your holy text. And these aren't the things that I'm talking about because most religions that I know of at some point are going to have some fantastical claims that they put down. And you either buy in or you don't. So when I say that there's so much about Christianity that just doesn't make sense, I'm not talking about, oh, I don't believe that Jesus healed the blind man. Because again, I think that that's just really a question of faith. If you want to believe it, fine, believe it. But the logical inconsistencies, the things that you don't even have to be religious to understand, you know, the fact that God doesn't seem to understand how science or the world or women's bodies or, you know, about how animals work or anything in the Old Testament. I mean, how do you not see that? The fact that the narrative itself is full of contradictions. I mean, all of these things, I just don't know how you don't see that. So now, of course, I guess it's a lot easier for me to see because I took the God goggles off. But that was awkward. Just a second. That was wild. You ever like take a sip of something and then you have this little burp at the exact same moment? It just the whole mechanics of drinking suddenly become untenable. That was weird. That was really weird. Sorry about that, guys. It's the joy of live streaming, I guess. I would say I would edit that out, but you know, it's live. Yeah, Williams says, Trinity syllogism: to be 100% of something, you need to have 100% of its properties. Jesus lacked some of the essential properties that make God God. Jesus is not 100% God, which means the Trinity is false. So I like this. I would state it a little differently. So let's see this. Because, you know, when it comes to something like a syllogism too, I mean, I'm not embarrassed to just copy it either, because it's not like this is really intellectual property, right? But I also want to synthesize it according to my own understanding and see if it's written the way that I would write it. So let me think about this for a second. So we have premise 1 to be 100%. And just before I put that down, let me also mention what I have in here right now is that, first of all, there's like 12 different ways or more that you can prove that Jesus cannot even be the Christian God. But this is one of the silliest and stupidest ones, but I think it tracks, because according to Christian doctrine, Christians believe, at least, now I don't know if every Christian on the street believes this, but according to most accepted Christian doctrines, Jesus did not only have a physical body, but they say that he still has a physical body. Yeah. JR says, choking by swallowing is another example of bad design by God. That's very true. That's very true. But going back to this. So now I think that when you talk to a lot of Christians, a lot of them don't necessarily hold to this doctrine. They might think that, yeah, he had a body on earth. But official Christian doctrine in most denominations that I know of claim that Jesus still has a physical body. And yet, God is supposed to be omnipresent. You can't be omnipresent with a physical body. So that's a silly one. I say silly because, like, I know that a lot of Christians would hand wave that one away, because they'd be like, well, but, you know, he came to me in a dream last night, or most modern Christians that I know of will not die on this hill. All right. So when I say silly, I mean, I don't mean silly in terms of it not making sense. I think it's probably less effective because most Christians would not hold fast to that idea. You know, I put here, this is kind of similar to what we're talking about with Justin's thing, but it's not the same thing. The hypostatic union, which to me, the hypostatic union is even dumber than the Trinity, if that's possible. And that is such a high bar to say, how can you get dumber than the Trinity? But I think that personally, I think that the hypostatic union is even worse than the Trinity, because it's a logical, it violates the laws of logic right in the core statement itself. It says that he's fully God and fully human. I mean, that's self-explanatory that this is illogical. It makes no sense. I mean, no matter what you think about gods, because you can be an atheist and still have a definition in your head of what a god is, right? You don't have to believe in dragons in order to know what the definition of a dragon is. I don't have to believe in God in order to know what the definition of a god is. And there have been, of course, throughout history, hundreds of potential definitions of what a god is, and millions of different ideas in each personal mind about what a god is. But I have never heard anyone describe a god in such a way that the god is completely indistinguishable from human. In other words, there is a reason you call someone or something a god, and there's a reason that you call someone or something a human. If they are truly indistinguishable, if there is no difference between God and men, then the labels are useless. We can throw away the labels, because if God equals man and man equals God. Now, I have heard some kind of woo-woo spiritual people say, like, oh, we're all gods, or God lives within each other. You know, like, some people take it to this nth degree where they try to say, oh, you know, God is all around us and God is everywhere, and therefore it's like we're all part of this, or like the universe is God. I mean, that gets into some really woo-woo shit, right? But if we're to take a reasonable idea, I think there is a collective idea of what a God is. And I think there is a collective idea of what a human is. And I don't think any reasonable person would tell you that a God and a human are indistinguishable from each other. So the mere fact that you want to tell me that Jesus is fully God and that he's fully human at the exact same time is a clear and obvious violation of the core tenets of logic, the three laws of logic. Specifically, it violates the law of non-contradiction. So I just bring that up because we were talking here about Justin's syllogism, but I want to get back to that. I'm going to scroll up in the comments here a little bit and see what you said here about Justin's thing, so I can kind of synthesize this for myself. So we were saying to be 100% of something. Okay, so this is, I mean, I would call it an argument from properties, but I understand. At first I was thinking, is this the same as what I was already, but no, this isn't really the same. It's very similar to my thing about the hypostatic union, but I don't know. I feel like maybe this should be put down as a separate syllogism, because this is speaking specifically about properties. I had said here that just at a broad level, God and human is not the same thing. Therefore, he cannot be fully God and fully human. This is kind of the same syllogism, but I'm going to put it in separately just because, although I would argue this doesn't, this is, okay, let me type this out. I have thoughts going through my head. Have 100% of its properties. Jesus lacked some of the essential properties. Make God God. And then conclusion, Jesus is not 100% God, which means I'll capitalize that, whatever. So the like it says, don't use your brain or common sense. Yeah. Yeah. You guys have watched my videos. I think I've said it in a few of my videos, like sometimes you realize like, okay, I'm going to be Christian now. I'm just going to take my brain. I'm going to put it right over here. And I know that sounds insulting and it sounds demeaning, but it's really no different than it's as someone who's done a fair bit of writing in my life. I self-published a novel. I've done a lot of other stuff. You guys are probably familiar with the phrase suspension of disbelief. So if you are reading anything that's not just a historical account, if it has some sort of fiction in it, then at some level you have to be able to, as a reader, suspend your disbelief, because you know that technically speaking this didn't happen, and yet to enjoy the story you're going to suspend your disbelief. And this ranges from anything of like a historical story that maybe has one or two facts that aren't accurate, all the way up to the whole story is just complete, total fiction. And, when you go to a Marvel movie, for example, I'm kind of neutral on Marvel movies. I've enjoyed some of them. I'm not a big Marvel fanboy. I didn't read comics when I was a kid. I know a lot of people did. But if you're going to walk into a Marvel movie, if you're going to buy the ticket, at the point that you buy the ticket and walk in the door, or probably before that, you have to, if you're going to enjoy the experience at all, you have to be able to take your brain, at least a part of it, and just set it right over here, right? Because, of course, if you sit there, nobody wants to be that guy in the movie theater saying, well, that guy can't fly. That's stupid. People can't fly. And that guy can't shoot lasers out of his eyes. That's stupid. People can't, that guy would be a jerk, right? So it's really the same thing with Christianity. I mean, it's really like a Marvel movie. It's like you have to just, now with Marvel movies, I would say there's nothing wrong with taking your brain aside and setting it over here, because you're basically saying that for 2 hours, I'm going to set this to the side and I'm not going to worry about all the details because I'm just trying to enjoy, I'm trying to immerse myself into the experience. That would happen if you read Game of Thrones. That would happen if you watch Marvel movies. In any of that, to some extent, in order to be able to properly appreciate the experience, you have to take at least some part of your brain and set it over here because you know that it's not representing true life facts on screen. But with Christianity, it's like there's never a point when they walk out of the theater. And with Christianity, in order to live in that space, you have to suspend your disbelief. You have to take your brain and put it right over there and then never get it back. Now, I know that sounds demeaning because I'm not saying that Christians have an inability to think logically, because they do. But when it comes to their religion, they have literally just said, okay, this goes over here and I'm never going to have to touch it again. I don't have to think about that because I'm not using my brain or my common sense. Yeah, William says, I can't tell you how many times I've had family tell me or quote Bible verse to me, lean not on your own understanding, which I understand where that verse, I think I understand, having been a Christian for so long, I think I understand the spirit of that verse. Because if I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, to some extent, science does this, right? Science doesn't rely upon you personally understanding everything. To some extent, you have to understand that there's a bigger reality and there's a bigger pool of knowledge out there than you can ever fully embrace. So in order to truly work in any field or, navigate through life, to some extent, you have to have, I'm not going to say faith, but you have to have, trust in the things that you have learned to trust. And that's not entirely bad at all. Of course, that verse, I know what you're talking about, is toxic, because the way Christians use it is that they only ever pull it out when you've given them logic that they can't refute. When you've pointed out the obvious to them, and then they're like, well, lean not on your own understanding. Although I understand the spirit of the verse, the bigger problem involved in that verse is that if you're not wise enough to know how to modify it and its effects, if you just take it on face value and you say, lean not on your own understanding, then you have truly abdicated your own rational thought. And abdicating your own rational thought is toxic. Okay, so back to this. I'm going to get through this. You'll see. I get through it one way or another. So we're looking at, where's this here? Okay. Got this. So we have, okay, so I'm looking at these. Yeah. So what I don't like about this, though, is Jesus lacked some of the essential properties that make God God. William, do you know, did he further detail the properties of God that he does not believe Jesus has? Just because I'm not, the way Trinitarians dive into this crap, they'll swear to you that like everything God can do, Jesus can do. I think they'll swear that. They'll swear that he was there at the beginning of time. They'll swear that he can create anything if he wants to. Like they'll swear so I'm going to put a pin in it. I'm going to keep this up on my notes, but I'm not going to put it in the site yet because I'm not sure. What was I? Oh, the crucifix. Yeah, I'm just going to put that there like that because I got to think about that one. I'm not sure. I'm sure that Justin has a very solid explanation for what those properties are, but I'd like to hear them either, if not from Justin, from William, or from someone else. I'm not sure. All right. So we'll work on that one. I'm thinking about that one. There is, let me see. Oh, here's one that's just dead simple, but, so premise one, Yahweh is omnipotent. An omnipotent God could forgive you anytime, for any reason. I'll put it this way: forgive you for any reason, anytime he wants to. I'll even put, and I know some like really picky people will say, like, I guess some people say every syllogism should only have two premises and a conclusion. I don't really buy into that. I think that it's reasonable to have two or three or four or five premises. If you get into having like 12 premises, then you probably need to have separate syllogisms, right? But, you know, like, I do indulge in having more than two premises if I feel it serves my purpose. Keith, I've never received a clear explanation of what the Holy Spirit is. That's interesting. I got to put a note down for that too. But getting back to this, because I'm going to go off on 12 mental veins at the same time. So, an omnipotent God could forgive you for any reason, anytime he wants to. So, the conclusion is that the crucifixion was utterly unnecessary. So that's one right there. Let me get more wine here. By the way, when I'm typing some of these things out on screen too, this is why I wanted to just kind of brainstorm this, because I'm like, if I have these wrong, let me know. if there's any argument that you guys can come up with, I know that I'm not exactly in enemy territory here, but even if we were to try to put on our apologist hats, and I know they're stinky hats, they don't look good, they're not the right size. They're embarrassing. But if you still would put on your apologist hat and think, okay, what is like for this one, as stupid and simple as this is, I don't know what the counter argument is for this. I don't even know what the counter apologetic is. I mean, you can say that a blood sacrifice was necessary, which that's also proven wrong in the Old Testament, because you don't have to have a blood sacrifice for atonement. You can sacrifice grain, but even if you said that he has to have a blood sacrifice, but he's omnipotent. So how can you be omnipotent and then still require something in order to forgive you or to save you or whatever? So this is why I'm gonna put this in right now. So guys, hang with me for a second here while I type this in, and I'll update the site, unless there are objections, like I said. But that's why I wanted to do this just in real time. I'm going to just kind of... Some of these I put notes in, but like for this one here, I don't even know what the notes would have to be. Because again, if you try to give me like the blood sacrifice or the atonement narrative, that violates the idea that Yahweh is omnipotent. Now, going off on rabbit trails here, I do know that there's a simple argument that one could make that Christians will never make, which is that if you don't want to hold to this canard that Yahweh has to be perfectly, completely omnipotent, because the Old Testament is clearly not written from the perspective of someone who believed that Yahweh is fully, truly omnipotent. And if you strip away the Neoplatonic ideals that have been ascribed to Jesus and to Yahweh, then a lot of the really bad contradictions in the theology of Christianity sort of kind of go away. I'm not saying that it becomes a coherent religion, But I'm just saying that so many of their theological doctrinal problems are their own creation, because when I say they, I mean the Christian world in general, going back to 33 CE, they embraced the Neoplatonic ideals of Yahweh, which, to be fair, were in place before Jesus, because the Neoplatonic ideals started becoming more de rigueur in Jewish thought several hundred years before that. But when you try to put all the omnis on Yahweh, the story gets so much worse, because then whatever logic it had starts to just absolutely disintegrate. I mean, imagine if you took a story of Zeus or Athena or, Poseidon, who were clearly very anthropomorphic type of gods. They had physical forms. I mean, yes, they could disappear and whatever, but they would take physical forms. They had human emotions, But if you then tried to bolt on this post hoc idea of omnipotence, omnibenevolence, omnipresence, omniscience, all this stuff to the gods, in the Hellenic tradition, it would become far less coherent. And I think that's a lot of what's happened with Christianity, even though they don't want to admit that. But okay, I got to type this in and look at comments here, because I want, more than even most times in my live streams, I want to see the comments, because I'm trying to ask for input in Brainstorm. But let me put this in before I forget. So, there we go. So then premise one is here. Give me just a second, guys. I'm typing on my other screen. Got this here. Got this here. I'll mention while I'm typing this out here really quick that I do like that. I want to get more detail on that syllogism from Justin, because I do, saying that two things are equal is a sensible statement, but a lot of times it degrades into, but what do you mean by equal? What exactly does it mean if two things are equal? So delving into properties is a more systematic and logical way to address the question. Because if you're not sure if two things are equal, but they share all of the same properties, then they're equal, or identical, I should say. So let's put this here and go here and then push this. Okay. All right, so that one's going up. Give me a second. I'm catching up on comments here. Let me see. I have that's still highlighted. How do I? There we go. All right. There's. I don't know if I'm going to put this in. Yeah, Jesus was not a Messiah. Okay. Oh, this is one thing I want to look up. So this is going to, my mind's going in like 10 different places, but I'm going to pull this up really quick. This is one thing I wanted to, this is one area where I wanted to kind of leverage the AI, admittedly, but I think I know how this is going to come up. Give me just a second. I think I'm going to throw this up on screen. Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'll show you. This is one area where I think uh, this is one area where I like AI. You know, I mean, there are sometimes bad ways to use AI. And I certainly would not want to tell you, look at me, I'm a scholar because I threw something into AI. But in this case, I'm happy with this. So, and I said, give me a detailed analysis on the requirements from the Old Testament for the Messiah and whether Jesus fulfilled those requirements. So, you know, it talks about lineage and genealogy, genealogy, not geology. Actually, it's kind of interesting because I didn't know it would come up with this because I've said in other episodes that I have not heard a lot of people talk about this a lot, but it says the virgin birth contradiction. Traditional Jewish law dictates that tribal affiliation and royal lineage are passed strictly through the biological father. If Jesus was born a virgin, Jesus wasn't his biological father. Adoption does not confer dynastic rights to the throne in Jewish law. So, yeah, I've said this multiple times on my videos and live streams before that Jesus had no DNA from Joseph. I mean, I don't know a single Christian who would argue with you about that. And Christians shouldn't want to admit that he has any DNA from Mary, because if he has DNA from Mary, if he's like half God DNA and half Mary DNA, then he's a demigod. and if he has all God DNA and, you know, just Mary DNA, then you can't even trace his lineage through Mary, right? So this is good. I'm going to throw this in the site just because I want to, but of course I need to go back and read it and make sure that this is accurate to my liking. But part of this is for me just to kind of get a lot of stuff down and in the site, and then I'll kind of spend some time going through this and making sure that it makes sense. So let's go to, let me save this as Messiah. Put this here. And what I'm doing is I'm putting this in the docs section of the site. So here we're going to have, you know, a little bit more of a detailed analysis on this. So let me pull this up and save this on the back end. Also, for what it's worth too, because I know like I'm trying to do 3 things at once and I've asked for you guys' input, I'm going to go through the chat history too. So if I miss something, you know, I don't normally sit there after my live streams and go through the full chat history. Right? Like sometimes I see it during the show, sometimes I don't. And it's like, well, you know, people are chatting with each other. Sometimes they're not even chatting at me. But in this case, because I'm soliciting feedback and I want people, you know, ideas or whatever, I know that I can't sit here and catch everything all the time while I'm also live streaming and typing and updating a website and everything at the same time. So what I am going to do is make sure that I go through the chat history. So if you feel at any point like bombing me with a bunch of suggestions or whatever, please know that I will see them all because I want to make sure that I get all of them looked at and considered. And then if I go through my docs link here, so the title will be, Did Jesus Fulfill the Messianic Requirements of the Hebrew Bible? And what do I want here for a summary? Let me pull up. Yeah, it says, if you evaluate the requirements using historical grammatical literalism, in other words, the Jewish framework, Jesus didn't fulfill the core political and global requirements of the Messiah. Shocking. Who would have thought? That's so, I can't believe that Jesus didn't fulfill all the requirements of being the Messiah. Could it be that my church leaders did not teach me properly? That can't be. I refuse to believe that my church leaders did not properly educate me in all of the requirements to be the Messiah, and that they would ever mislead me on the efficacy of Jesus as the Messiah. Like, could you believe that they would actually not tell you the truth? What kind of church leader would not tell you the truth? Like, it's unfathomable. Are there church leaders that don't tell the truth? Is that a thing? I don't think so. That can't possibly be true. The one thing I'm going to get up and close my blinds here because the sun's going to start coming in on me. I'll be right back in a second. One thing I really adore about Justin, if you watch his live streams, of course, he can beat up Christians over from 100 different angles. But whenever they start talking about Jesus being the king, right, whether we're talking specifically about messianic prophecies or whether they just generically talk about Jesus as king, and Justin, every single time, will point out without fail that Jesus was never a king. He was not a king. He didn't fulfill any of the requirements to be a king. He wasn't a king then. He's not a king now. He's not a king. I mean, if you're going to say that Jesus was or is a king, then anybody can be a king. I can be the king of YouTube if you claim that I am, right? Like, it's that stupid. And I understand the Christian view that they want to take on these things, because they will just think of it in flowery, generic, metaphorical terms that, oh, he's the king. But if we're going to play that game, if I can metaphorically call anyone a king whom I adore, then I can say that, Elvis was the king, and, anyone is the concert I'm going to tonight, these guys are the kings of rap or whatever. I mean, that's just a stupid game to play. And there's no intellectual merit in trying to claim or trying to nail down who can or cannot just say on a whim that they're a king. A king of what? Like, you have no territory, you have no throne, you have nothing. So to even try to say that you're a king is just insulting to common intelligence. But then even worse for that, and this is where I wanted to go with Justin's, with the reference to him, is that Justin knows there's a bunch of verses in the Old Testament itself that tell you specifically what someone has to be in order to be a king. So again, you can try to speak metaphorically about, oh, Adam's the king of YouTube, which I'm not, but like if you really loved me and wanted to say that. But that's just a flowery metaphorical term. But the Old Testament really doesn't allow you to play that game, because it gives you specific requirements for what someone has to be and what they have to do in order to be a king. And Jesus fulfilled none of them. What do we have? Okay, so Williams has here problems with prayer. So let's check that out. I have, this is cool. I'm going to save this, but I also have, I actually have a syllogism. It's not in as many words, but I put this in just this morning. So here I put, if I could spell, is it not a syllogism I put in, or I thought it was? Now, where did I put that? Give me just a second. I'm going to find it. Oh, I didn't add that yet. Okay, that's good. That's good, William, because I have to add this. There's a whole. There's definitely a thing I want to talk about and on here about prayer, and not just. I mean, there are many different ways to attack this, but one of them is a simple syllogistic way of saying, uh, you know, you've got like it literally contradicts itself with regard to prayer. I thought I put this in. I must not have saved it or something though. Hold up. I'll find that later. But this is good. I'm going to save this here in another note. I'm going to put this here. Okay. Cool. All right. We'll get back to that in a second. Let's go through here. Oh, I don't know if this is what you were referring to, Garland, but Garland says, so the fish turned into a whale of lies and swallowed many up, right? I know this is probably too literal, and I don't know if I'm going to put it in the site because, once again, it's probably one of those things where you either believe it or you don't. But I remember when I was a kid, and you would hear the story about Jonah, right? Jonah spent 3 days in the whale. And these aren't exactly the same things, but you guys of a certain age will probably appreciate this. There used to be an old Disney cartoon, the original Disney cartoon of Pinocchio. And Pinocchio also at one point ends up in a whale, right? And if any of you guys old enough to have seen that cartoon, that feature movie of Pinocchio back from the 60s or something, it was before I was born, but if you remember that cartoon at all, like what did it look like inside the whale? I mean, it was like this big cavern and you could see ribs on either side, but there's like this space, right? And, when you're a kid, you think about like the belly of a whale being like this house, like you can go sit in there or something and hang out and smoke a cigarette, have a beer or something. But, if you think about that as an adult for like 3 seconds, there's no air chamber. Well, let me rephrase this. Whales have air chambers, but it's not in their belly. Okay. So they don't have like, if you got swallowed by a whale, it's not like there's some pocket of air in there that you could sit in even for a few minutes without dying because you're going to drown. Most fish and mammals, seaborne mammals, seaborne reptiles, whatever, most seafaring creatures, for the time that they are in the sea, they're almost all water. Like they're almost their whole body is, it's like water is just kind of like in and around them. It's their environment. Yeah, bro with Froth says there are no whales on Earth with an esophagus large enough to swallow a human being. The biggest whales eat krill and plankton. That's a great point too, because for as large as whales are, and the largest whales often eat some of the smallest food, right? And they eat krill. Yeah. Yeah, Daryl says Pinocchio was 1940. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think I saw it, when I was really little kid in the 70s, but that's because, Disney re-releases their movies from time to time to kind of keep milking that. Okay, so where am I here? I'm looking through comments and thinking about the next thing to put down in the site. I've made several updates here since we've been live. I still want to know. I put something in earlier about prayer, but now I don't have it. That's strange. Not during the live stream. I put it in like before I started the live stream. So I'll find it eventually. We'll figure that one out. Sorry, I'm just looking at some things here. All right, continue. So this one I put in. That's there now. We have the syllogism, which is that. That one is that. I put the end under the title that. Where's the title? Yeah, that was the one I put in there. So I'll delete this from my notes. So where are this syllogism then becomes, the next one becomes one. There are like two syllogisms. I have my head here. I'm looking through comments though. I think Keith says, I think getting Christians to admit that they are covert young earth creationists is a good strategy. I love that comment. Oh. So yeah, so they were talking about the lineage. So I actually don't have memorialized here yet. So the title is just that. David. So premise one is that Jesus has no DNA from Joseph, meaning that he can't possibly be of Joseph's line. And then we have has no DNA from Joseph, but you can't. Then we have Jesus. No DNA from Mary. This one here too. Premise 3 is that okay. So premise 1, Jesus has no DNA from Joseph, meaning that he can't possibly be of Joseph's line. Jesus make this simpler. Jesus has no DNA from Mary, if we were to accept the hypostatic union that he is fully God, meaning that he can't possibly be of Mary's line, although even the phrase Mary's line kind of negates, well, it goes against the way that anyone back then would have thought of things, right? I mean, we can look logically today and say that you're half of your father's line, you're half of your mother's line, but the way that they would have thought about it back then, even that's a little bit nonsensical, but I think I'll still keep the verbiage the same way. And adoption was not considered sufficient to be part of someone's lineage. Conclusion, whether you accept that Joseph or Mary were descended from David makes no difference. Jesus was not descended from David. Now, logically speaking, Jesus may have been descended from David because he was a human. But but if we're trying to go along with the biblical narrative, Michael, this is probably an accident, but okay, I have to highlight this nonetheless. It says, I had one fellow me out of Walmart telling me how everyone is praying for me. And I don't know if you did this on purpose, Michael, but I love the misspelling of praying. That's so perfect. Yeah, they're praying for you, all right. They're praying for you. They're praying on you. Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know if you did that on purpose, but that's great. And if you didn't, I don't want to know. I'd rather prefer that you did that because you're a clever motherfucker. So, Okay, so let me get in this new syllogism, and then we'll update the site again. So yeah, I know this may be kind of boring, but I kind of warned you guys at the outset. I'm brainstorming and updating even as we speak. So hopefully you have enough to keep some interest here. I mean, I guess I don't care. It's not my normal streaming time slot. So even if there were 2 of you or 1 of you, like hell, even if there's 0 people, like, well, okay, I'm just going to sit here and kind of do this live, I guess, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It may not be the most compelling internet live stream ever done, but I'm working on it. So but this is why I thought it would be fun and useful, because reading your comments and seeing people, like, it just kind of keeps the flow going of like, I could a site like this, the site I'm trying to kind of highlight, you could sit here for 20 hours and just constantly update all of the nonsensical bullshit of Christianity. So we got this here. This is something that I'll probably talk about maybe on Tuesday's anniversary show. But I know I already mentioned this earlier. But it's not that I didn't see anything that was problematic about Christianity before. But even I kind of amazed myself when I, last year, thinking about starting this channel, I sat down and started looking at the Bible again for the first time in 15 years. And I started looking at the logic of the religion again for the first time in like 15 years. And even I was amazed at how much more things are just blatantly popping out at me. Like how it's so obvious, some of the stuff, that for some nonsensical, indoctrinated, cultish reason, I, like so many other Christians, just could not or would not comprehend for 40 years. And I'm not saying that this just to shit on the religion, because we could sit here and be kind and say, well, there's some nice things about religious people or whatever, but the degree to which it just now stands out at me, because I remember this a little more than a year ago. I remember telling my wife, I'm like, I think I'm going to start a religious channel. I'm not sure, I'm thinking about it. And this may sound funny to you guys now, if you guys have looked at any of my channel, but one of the main concerns that I had was, well, but do I have enough material? Is there enough, if you're just kind of getting into Christianity or religion in general, like, is there enough to even keep feeding the content requirements for a new video or two every week? Like, because one of the problems that you can have if you start a channel, I say this like I'm some expert in starting channels, but one of the problems that you can have if you're starting a channel is that, you might be really passionate about chocolate chip cookies, right? Maybe you love chocolate chip cookies. That's your passion in life. And maybe as a passionate chocolate chip cookie lover, you're thinking, I could do a video on where chocolate chip cookies started. And I could do a video on, different variants of chocolate chip cookies. And I could do a video on me showing you how to cook chocolate chip cookies. But at a certain point, I don't care how much you love chocolate chip cookies. If that is your sole focus, then you're either going to have to branch out and hope that your whatever audience you've gathered stays with you, or you're just going to run out of steam, right? And this is going to sound really weird. Now I think it's a silly thing to say, but I was thinking, I don't know, like, how many topics can I talk about? And then I thought, well, I could go through the Bible. I could do, the first idea I had for a series on my channel was God-Free Bible Study. But even then I thought, well, is there really enough to say? Because I don't want to just get on screen and be like, here, I'm going to read the Bible to you for an hour. I mean, you'd have to be one charismatic motherfucker in order for me to get an audience just by plainly reading the Bible to you, for an hour at a time. So I was like, well, but do I have enough commentary? Do I have enough what I think are interesting things to say about this? And I sat there one night, my wife was at work, and I started going just through Genesis. And I was like, oh my gosh, like, this verse is weird, and this chapter is weird, and these contradict, and this doesn't make any sense. And the more I went through, even like just a few chapters in Genesis, I said, oh, this is actually a gold mine of content, Obviously, even if you go through the entire Bible, even that has limits, because at some point you're going to get through the whole Bible. But I actually had to dive into it and figure out, does this even make sense, for me to do a channel on this? And then I realized, oh, there's so much content here. Oh, I'm not going to read this on screen, but I'm looking at what William sent. So I'm going to bookmark this as well. Thank you, William. I will definitely be checking that out. Appreciate that. Okay. So, all right. So we've gotten a few more syllogisms put up. So this is an interesting comment. I don't know exactly where you're going with that, Keith, but I'm going to, and if I'm taking this in a way that you did not intend, Keith, then forgive me for just kind of sometimes taking a comment from a viewer and going off on a tangent with it. But I think arguing whether the resurrection happened, whether Jesus, whether he was the Son of God, whether he died and 3 days later, went to heaven, all this stuff, I think that is pointless to argue with most Christians, because it's an article of faith. Now, I think that for some of the asshole apologists who actually want to make this ridiculous claim that not only did Jesus resurrect, but they want to claim that it's the most plausible explanation of the data. I mean, I don't go out to bars and try to argue with people about religion, because that sounds like the worst version of my life. But if that would be probably enough for me to say, okay, please explain to me how that's the best explanation of the data. But, even as a atheist, I will tell you right now that I can't disprove your resurrection. I mean, you can't prove it. You can't prove the resurrection. I can't disprove the resurrection. Can't we just acknowledge it as an article of faith and move on? Because now that being said, I love like what Apologia does, because he really just hammers them on this, and I think I think he's doing amazing work. I love his channel, and I love the series. Like he really kind of grabbed this subject and owned it from a skeptic's perspective. So so much respect for Apologia and his channel. But here's the one area where I would push back on this a little bit, Keith, and say that if I wanted to engage with a Christian about this subject, I'm not going to argue with them about did the resurrection happen, because again, I can't prove it didn't. You can't prove it did. Until someone produces the body of Jesus, we can't prove it didn't happen. And the fact is, even if you had the body of Jesus sitting in your backyard, you wouldn't know it's the body of Jesus, because we don't have his DNA. We don't know what body's what. But for people who want to argue to me that the resurrection was even remotely necessary or makes any sense, I'll argue that all day long. Because as I put up earlier in one of my screen shares here, it doesn't logically even make any sense why we would have to claim that this crucifixion, this sacrifice of God's Son, was even remotely logical or needed. And you saw me earlier put this on the screen, like, is God, it really, I can attack this on several different levels, but one of the most obvious and easiest to dive into is your God omnipotent or not? Is he truly omnipotent? Because an omnipotent God, if I prayed to him and said, God, I did a bad thing today, please forgive me, he could forgive me. In fact, if I'm really being snarkier about it, why do you even have to be an omnipotent God to forgive someone? Like if Michael or William pissed me off today in the comments and I was feeling really bad about it or really angry about it, they could, ping me later and say, hey, I'm really sorry about what I said in the comments. And, even as a mortal man, I could say, hey, dude, I forgive you. It's not a problem, right? I don't have to be a God to forgive you for something that you've done. So if mortal men can forgive each other, too many times they don't, but if mortal men, humans, are capable of forgiving each other, then why does an omnipotent God need to sacrifice his son in order to forgive you? It makes no fucking sense. Continuing with my analogy, again, let's imagine that Michael or William or someone says something shitty in the comments, they insult me or something, and I'm feeling kind of butthurt about it. I don't know what they could say that I would feel butthurt about, but let's continue the analogy. They put something in the comments and I'm kind of butthurt about it. And then they ask me for forgiveness and I say, well, I'll forgive you, but I need you to kill your pet hamster. That will make it right. Or even worse, I need you to kill your son. Go kill your son as a sign that you really are sorry. And if you kill your son, then I'll forgive you. Like, what? No. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, forget Christianity, just on a basic logical level. How does that make any sense? The omnipotent creator God of the universe that you believe spoke the fucking universe into existence is somehow incapable of forgiving me unless he kills his own son. And of course, that also runs straight into the Euthyphro dilemma. Although I think Justin didn't like me bringing this up. But I know the Euthyphro dilemma is supposed to be about morals, right? But the Euthyphro dilemma really isn't just about moral authority. It's about, is there something, anything that's bigger than God or outside of God or something that God is beholden to. In other words, again, you might say this doesn't apply to the Euthyphro dilemma, but I think it does. Because the Euthyphro dilemma really says if it's good outside of God, then that means that God has to comply with the goodness in order to be good, which then makes God less than omnipotent, right? Well, on a similar level, if God requires a sacrifice, if it was required that his son dies in order to forgive me or save me or whatever, if he couldn't do it without the son's sacrifice, that means that is a limitation on God's power, and God is not and cannot be omnipotent. It's that simple. You cannot tell me if Jesus's sacrifice, if we want to call it that, was actually required, then God is not omnipotent. Because an omnipotent God could just say, well, Adam prayed for forgiveness today and he's sorry, so I'm going to forgive him. And Adam loves me and wants to be saved and wants to go to heaven, so I'm going to bring him to heaven. Why do I need to kill my son for that? You know? Okay. Let me see here. It's all right. I have all these scammers emailing me all the time. Ooh, William, that's a great idea or great point. God expects us to forgive all the time without us requiring a sacrifice be made in order for us to do the forgiving. This kind of leads into another thing that I wanted to highlight here on the channel. So give me a second here. I'm going to pull something up and then I'll show you guys what I'm pulling up here. All right. Garland's comment is interesting. Atheist is the most I think you mean forgiving, not forgiven, because atheists are not very much forgiven. But I think you're saying, I think you're saying atheists are the most forgiving people. We took a lot of crap at one time. This is totally anecdotal, but I do not disagree with that at all. And to be clear, I have met some asshole atheists. You know, being an atheist doesn't make you a good person any more than being a Christian makes you a good person. And I've met horrible Christians. I've met horrible atheists. But generally speaking, I find it atheists in real life. Okay. I don't mean the YouTube guys, because I know like I'm in that group, right? But the YouTube guys in general tend to be a little more confrontational, shall we say. I think they don't always give atheism the right, the best look. But in real life, when I meet other atheists, like they're chill as fuck. I mean, there are exceptions, but they're chill as fuck. Kif says, why is stream so quiet? Well, I can yell louder. Although I don't think that's what you mean, Kif. Kif, I saw you the other day. I know you're one of the mods on Joel. Joel reads Bible. So welcome to the stream here, Kif. Kif, we are brainstorming about things for my site. I'm going to say this again, just for people who come in late or whatever. Every once in a while, I want to keep saying it, that I have this site, and I have I'm using it, or I'm trying to build it as a reference that I can use not only during my live streams, just for my own purposes, but quite frankly, even if someone else goes to the link and wants to use it for their own purposes, they can as well. But it's skepticus.info, where I'm highlighting important Bible verses, documents, contradictions, syllogisms, etc. So that's what we are brainstorming about today. So let's see. I wanted to pull up here. Give me a second. Let me see what this pulled up. You'll see what I'm getting at in just a second here, guys. Hold up. So this is another one. I'm going to put it in docs here. Let me put this on screen. So I said, give me a detailed analysis from the Old Testament as to whether a blood sacrifice was always required as a condition of forgiveness and or atonement. You can see the short answer is no. The Hebrew Bible explicitly demonstrates that blood sacrifice wasn't an absolute non-negotiable prerequisite for individual or national forgiveness. I love this. It points out too, the idea that without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness is a direct quote from the New Testament, from the book of Hebrews. Why is it from the book of Hebrews? Because it's them preaching to Hebrews. So it's them trying to play into the Hebrew mindset. I gotta hit this. I'm gonna record this in my site here, and then Keith, I wanna hit this when you say the First Amendment. Gosh, there's so many different things going through my head. Okay, let me give me a second. I'm gonna post this on the site. This thing I just pulled up. So for those of you who may have come in late, I'm kind of just brainstorming and pulling in a bunch of information, and some of it I will reread and maybe fix or take down if I don't feel like I really agree with it. But let's put this here. Requirements. And then, so if I get quiet at times, it's because I am actively updating my website as you guys keep giving me new ideas. I'm using this as a brainstorming session and kind of as a means to keep the juices flowing while I am actually updating the site. So we can call this one Blood Atonement. And then, so give me this doesn't take me too long, but it does take me just a second or a minute or two while I update these things as I'm thinking. So let's go add this, and then update my docs index. And yes, I could sit here. I mean, I could share the screen with you where I'm actually updating the code. It's not that there's anything secret about the code, because if you knew how to pull websites down and look at the code, you could actually look at all this code on the front end. But I don't know if it really adds anything to the stream to sit here and show you me changing the code. It's probably even if you're a programmer, it's probably a little obtuse, because it's like, who cares? You know, you're just updating some backend piece of code. But I'm updating it with the data that I'm generating mentally based on the conversations that we're having. So this is very helpful to me. And I'm going to title this was Blood Atonement Required for Salvation in the Old Testament. Perfect. So I'm going to show you something really funny, though. I share, because I don't know how much you guys know about like modern coding, or how much you care, or what would understand about it, but it's kind of freaky because we use these tools now called an IDE. An IDE is a fancy word or term. It just means integrated development environment. And the integrated development environment is just a fancy way of saying it's it's a text editor on steroids, right? It helps you write code. But the thing I want to show you, I'm going to share this with you. Let me put another thing on here because you guys might actually think this is really interesting. If I put, let's see, a window capture, and I'm going to show you this IntelliJ screen. Oh, that's interesting. No, here it is. Okay, cool. Let me show you this. This is the code. I mean, first of all, what you're seeing on the screen there is just a data object. It's not even really code per se. That's a really simple, way of organizing data inside code. But the reason that I wanted to show you this is like, I literally, aside from just helping to write text, because all code is just text, right? Aside from just helping to write text, all modern IDEs or integrated development environments now have this kind of AI helper thing. And it's really weird because if you're writing some code like this is a tool called React that helps you write code. If I do this, it will suggest. See that little, you guys might not be able to see that too well, but there's that little gray thing that came up on screen. Just by hitting enter, it then comes up with suggestions for what it thinks you want to add to the code. It's using AI to try to predict what should come next. And although it's not always perfect, the accuracy that it has sometimes with regard to truly understanding what you're trying to do is scary at times. All right. So why do I bring that up? Like, okay, you just showed me a tool that you use that predicts your code. Why do I care? But the funny thing is the tool, it's GitHub Copilot is the tool. There are multiple ones that you can use, but here I am doing this, site that has all this religious data, right? And, you see this here? Again, that's really small for you guys probably, but literally without me typing anything, it puts in the suggested title of Does the Bible Endorse Blood Atonement? In other words, even though it's a tool to help you complete code, which you would think is just this normal secular thing about what is the next command that you should put in your code, it goes one step further sometimes, and it actually tries to complete even sentences. And it's strange because here I am putting religious information into this site, and sometimes I will just hit space and it will come up with a suggestion for like what the title of this article can be, and I'm like, oh wow, that's actually really accurate. Like, I can't believe that my coding tool is giving me sometimes really good advice on what the title should be for some article about how Jesus is stupid. Like that's really weird. But this is the world that we live in today with these tools. I mean, again, I said earlier that, people have different feels about AI and everything, but if you're a programmer right now, whether or not you use AI in most jobs it's not even a choice. I mean, there are some old school guys like, yeah, I never use AI tools, and they're going to get booted out. I mean, they're getting lapped by the guys who will. I mean, I'm an old school guy. I've been doing this for a quarter century, but to try to sit there, with a middle finger in the air and say, no, I'm not using the modern tools. It's just a good way to ensure that you're going to be phased out pretty quickly. There are good and bad aspects of that. I'm not saying that that's all positive, because sometimes, it can lead to some sad things for people who are very skilled. But the whole reason I went down that path with you was to say that even when you're not doing something that seems very antiseptic, like just regular website coding or whatever, even when you're doing like religious information, it's connecting to all of the other LLMs, that it has. It's coming back with suggestions sometimes that are really spot on for the content that I'm building here. It can be a little weird at times because you don't expect, your AI coding tools to be suggesting titles or suggesting, content for why Jesus wasn't necessary. It's not something I expected to happen when you start using this tool, but it's really strange sometimes how it all plugs in. Okay, so Kif has a great, it's a great suggestion here. And Kif, I've said a few times, I'll say it again, that I can't sit here and always watch all of the comments while I'm sometimes coding, sometimes talking, sometimes looking at other comments. But this is one of the few times when I do a live stream that I'm going to go back and look through all of the comments, because there may have been other great suggestions that I just haven't caught either. And the idea of this impromptu session, the unscheduled session, is to say, hey, I'm in the middle of doing this. If anyone else wants to help me brainstorm, then jump on and help me out. Like, we can figure out how to build this tool together, which hopefully in the long run will be helpful, not just for me on my live streams, but might even be helpful for a few other people. And I'll say it again, for anyone who came in late. To me, sort of the inspiration for this is that I know I always want to say Dustin. Justin has his spreadsheet, which is incredibly awesome and useful. And I saw this as being maybe in the long run, even a bigger version of the spreadsheet. Not in the short run, because right now I don't have half of the information that he has. But not only might I eventually get more information in it, but it will be available to anyone who wants to go to the link. And then also it will have more than just spreadsheet entries. Not that there's anything wrong with a good spreadsheet entry, because that can be very helpful. But nevertheless, I wanted this to be like a resource, right? So yeah, Kif, this is a great one that I'm gonna put this into syllogisms right now, because I had this in my mind before, but you have articulated it very well. If Jesus died for everyone's sins, then we should no longer see the consequence of Adam's sins, i.e. women should no longer have painful birth, etc. So let me put this on screen here. I'll kind of type this out a little bit before I put it in the code, but why is that not, where am I? Let's try that. What is... That's weird. My keyboard is not working. Okay, I must have something weird open. Give me a second, guys, because I can't type. Where can I type something? Okay, is it just that window? No? Okay, that's fine there. So I can't type, that's not a good thing. Why does this keep doing this? Okay, let's try this. Let me try pulling this up again. Let's see. Let's go here. Let's try this. Maybe it's that Windows freezing. Okay, so let's do this. There's something weird, that window was freezing. Okay, we're back. I have solved the problems. Yeah, and Kif, these are some of the ones I really love because they're so simple. This is not a complex syllogism, but it's so obvious. And to be fair, there are some Christians, they are, I don't know what the numbers are, but there are definitely a minority of Christians. But there are some Christians who hold to a doctrine of like, I forget what you call it. There's a formal name for the doctrine that basically says it's done. We're all forgiven. We're all saved, right? No, William, it's not even a Bluetooth keyboard. It was something about that window was not wanting me to type in it anymore. It's weird. Um, Even though this is going to sound like I'm a Luddite, but I have Bluetooth devices, but I don't use Bluetooth nearly as much as some other techie type people do, because I'm going to sound so old when I say this. There's a certain comfort sometimes in having a cord. Like, let me just plug it in. I don't have to worry about pairing the device. I don't have to worry about whether or not the device has unpaired for some reason. Like, now, let me just plug the goddamn thing in. And as we've gone further and further, through life, that position gets weirder as I get older. I think it marks me more and more as being just an old fuddy-duddy. But I use Bluetooth. Don't get me wrong. I do pair things on Bluetooth, but generally speaking, like my mouse has a physical cord on it. Well, my Microsoft one does. I have a Mac, and on the Mac I have the Magic Mouse, right? Which is, there's no such thing as a cord connected Magic Mouse. They're all Bluetooth. But my keyboard for my Mac has Bluetooth connection, but I still have it plugged in. I like, maybe it just proves that I'm, a little long in the tooth, I guess, but sometimes it's nice to be able to just plug something in. I don't have to worry about whether or not the device has run out of juice. That's not an issue. Even though, to be fair, like the Magic Mouse, it really does hold its charge a long time. And when you need to recharge it, you only have to plug it in for a short amount of time. But anyway, so premise 1, Jesus died for our sins. Premise 2, we're told that consequences for our sins, and then I'll say pain in childbirth. Also, we can say burning in hell. I mean, that's one of the consequences too, right? Although, again, there are people that are who actually are what's the word I'm looking for? They do not believe in eternal conscious torment. Some people believe in abolitionism. No, not abolitionism. Abolition is like slavery. What's the word I'm looking for? I'll figure it out in a second. But there are people who believe that annihilationism. That's what I'm looking for. Annihilation. When I was a Christian, I was an annihilationist. Because even as a Christian, the idea of eternal conscious torment felt just downright nonsensical. I mean, I literally couldn't find any way to square it. And I will admit to you, there are verses in the Bible that feel like they're very clear in telling you that there is eternal conscious torment. But there's also some very solid and interesting readings you can pull from the Bible that would support the idea of annihilationism. So we're told that there are consequences for a sin, like pain in childbirth or burning in hell. So then, premise 3 is those consequences are still in place. Conclusion, Jesus died for nothing. I mean, I think that's really, if there's a better way to phrase those, please let me know. But I think that Jesus died for our sins. We're told that there are consequences for our sins. Those consequences, actually, let me do this. Pain in childbirth, burning in hell. And I'll even put this, we've heard this before, right? The wages of sin are death. And many Christian denominations have taken this idea, this doctrinal idea that death only exists because of our sins. But Jesus died for our sins. We should all be fucking immortal, right? I mean, to be fair, even when I was a Christian, I thought that that was a piss poor reading of Genesis, because there's nothing in Genesis that I think a logical person could read and say, oh, death only came into the world as a result of sin. I know the verses that they pull on from Genesis to try to back up that reading, and it's a horrible fucking reading. It makes no sense. And nowhere in Genesis, or now, granted, it became part of doctrine because even the early gospel writers and the early, writers of the first books, they were starting to adopt this ideology or they had already adopted this ideology that death came into the world, because of original sin. So you can see it in the New Testament, to be fair. I mean, there are a lot of other doctrines that, like the Trinity. The Trinity doesn't exist anywhere in the Bible, not even in the New Testament. I mean, there are verses that they will point to try to say it backs it up. But the Trinity, I don't just mean that the word doesn't exist there. I mean, the concept of the Trinity doesn't exist in the Bible. It's a post-biblical convention. In terms of the idea of original sin, I cannot say that it's a post-biblical convention, because there are verses, and I don't have them off the top of my head, from the New Testament that seem to really tell you directly that the serpent was Satan, and that sin came into the world through Adam, and that sin is the cause of death, etc. But nevertheless, when you read Genesis, none of that's in there. You're making shit up if you're reading Genesis and coming up with that. Keith says, after 900 years on Earth, I would probably hate humans too. Keith, does it really take 900 years to come to that conclusion? I mean, I don't think it would take 900 years to come to that conclusion. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and sound like this bitter old man who hates humanity, because I do not. But I hate a lot of humans, I'll tell you that. Oh, Keith. So one of the things I'm going to have to put in this too is about the virgin birth. That is one of the stupidest lies I've ever seen. And I love the fact that the virgin birth clearly comes from a bad reading. Well, it's not a bad reading. It's they're reading off of a bad translation, because the Septuagint translated it as virgin. So because the New Testament writers were clearly trying to reach for anything that they could to tie this into. So Kif, it says, yes. So, and I know I'm getting pulled off 12 different ways as I'm reading comments. This is skepticus.info. So if you go to that right now, skepticus.info, it's live. It's, not anywhere near where I want it to be in the future, but it's definitely live. I have this in the comment or in the description of the video too. And I plan to formally roll it out on Tuesday, but then I was sitting here today working on it. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to pull up a live stream and let people brainstorm with me. But yeah, the virgin birth, that's hilarious to me, because most of the other shit that Christians latch onto from the Old Testament, it's weak. It's a stretch. But I'm like, okay, I see how if you blur your eyes, you can kind of see like this maybe could refer to Jesus or something. But the virgin birth is an obvious example of the gospel writers cribbing off of the Septuagint, which itself, I mean, I'm sure that for its day, the Septuagint was a very important resource. And it was very cool that they had this incredible, full translation into Greek of the old Hebrew texts. So I'm not going to sit here and shit on the Septuagint, because I think the Septuagint actually has an incredible place in Jewish and Christian history. And it's not like other translations where I can say, oh, you did a bunch of horrible shit just to make your theoretical points. I think that the Septuagint, for the most part, was trying to be a very faithful translation, and they were trying to do a good job. And I don't know if they had a lot of theoretical axes to grind when they were translating the Septuagint. But of course, it wasn't a perfect translation, as no translation is. So it's very clear when you read the Gospels, specifically when you read the accounts of the virgin birth, which is only in 2 of the Gospels, that they were reading the Septuagint because the original writers of the Gospels, they couldn't speak Hebrew. They couldn't read Hebrew. They probably didn't even have access to any version of Hebrew, of the Hebrew Bible. They probably had no access to even read it, even if they could read Hebrew. What did they have available to them? They had the Septuagint. So when they're trying to piece this shit together, they're like, well, how do we try to say that he's really like the man, he's the Messiah, he's, they try building these threads, and they look to Ahaz, and they look to the Septuagint, and they look to where Ahaz is told that, look, the young woman is with child, except the Septuagint doesn't say the young woman. It says the virgin, because it's one of the clear areas in the Septuagint where we can see that they kind of have a shitty translation. That's one of the areas where the Septuagint just did not do a very good job. So, to prove my point, then the gospel writers, 2 of them, said, oh, a virgin birth, well, that's amazing. Like we can show that Jesus was born of a virgin by writing it into our story, right? And then the sad part is, like, now, once you get a good translation, not the King James or some shit like that, but once you get a good translation, you realize that, oh, it doesn't even say virgin. It says the young woman is with child. And it doesn't say it in future tense. It's talking to Ahaz, telling Ahaz that right now, in current time, as we speak, there is a young woman with child. Has nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever. But that is the chapter and the verse that the gospel writers latched onto as just another way to try to say, oh, look, it's about Jesus. And they basically got caught cribbing off of the Old Testament. They got caught because since their translation was bad, we can see that, oh, you're just going into the Old Testament and trying to pull something that literally isn't there. I mean, there are a few times like that in the New Testament where you can kind of tell that they were working off of the flawed translation from the Septuagint, but there aren't many. All right, so I'm going to put this here. Just a second. Put this in the code here. I'm going to put this in and update the site. And then I'm going to hit the restroom. And then we're going to come back and we're going to do more of this. So don't leave me yet. I mean, you guys can leave anytime, I guess. But don't leave if you think we're done. But let's see. I'm going to put this into our syllogisms. And I'll say this again because I always don't know when people came in, but if you're wondering, like, why is it I start mumbling to myself and typing off screen, it's because I have the code over here, and some of these things I will have to go back and catch, but some of them I just want to put in while it's fresh in the brain and update the site. But that means I have a little bit of typing to do off screen. Premise 1. Oh, let me finish this here. Another one I need to get in here too is the fact that Jesus violates every requirement for an acceptable sacrifice, which are details that are laid out very explicitly in the Old Testament. So everyone who wants to say that he's the Lamb of God and all this Passover shit, he violates every standard. And if you, I'm not some scholar or something, but if you read the text, I'm not going to say if you know about the history because that overplays what I know. If you read the text, it's very clear that what was or was not an acceptable sacrifice, it wasn't like up for debate. It was very explicit. Like, no, you can sacrifice this. You can't sacrifice that. It's not an acceptable sacrifice. Jesus qualified in no way as an acceptable sacrifice. So let me update this. And I'll say again, like every time I say update this, it means it's pushing the code to Amazon, which means in like 2 minutes or whatever, it'll be on the live site. So, all right, let's close that. Pull this up. And I'm going to hit the restroom, which also means that none of you can leave. No one's allowed to leave when I'm away from the screen. Okay, you can all drop off the live stream at any time. But if I come back and even one of you motherfuckers have left the live stream, I will hunt you down like the dog that you know you are. I know where you are. I know where you live. I will let everyone know that you bailed just because I had to take a leak. All right, y'all there? Did someone leave? Michael says he's getting a beer, but he's going to be back. Otherwise, I will hunt him down. Kip says we should all run away and come back in 10 minutes. That'd be hilarious. That's a great point, William. The first qualification for the Passover lamb was that it had to actually be a lamb and not a person. That's beautiful. I love that. Okay. I think this is going to be a good subject for a doc because I actually want to see the longer breakdown on this. So let's see. Everybody left. So this is what the breakdown tells me. The Christian theological claim is that Jesus was the perfect sacrifice and the ultimate Passover lamb. However, when you step away from the theological poetry and look strictly at the technical legal requirements of the Levitical code and the Passover ritual, the crucifixion breaks almost every mandatory rule. Yes. I love it. Yeah, I will say this. As AI does, it maintains sessions. It understands over time who you are. I can't solve that per se, but I have this long pre-instruction. You can program the AIs to actually have, like certain instructions that it's supposed to take into consideration every time you give it a query. And to give you an example of what I'm talking about, let me pull this up here. Where are my settings? I'll pull this up for you just a second. If I can find it. Settings and help. There's a second line, horns and everything, going down the street right outside my house. I love this. Where are my settings on this? I always struggle to find the settings on this because Gemini is funky the way it saves or hides stuff. Oh, there we go. No, that's the wrong one. You guys probably can't hear that, but there's like a whole band right outside the house. It's really cool. That's why I love living here. A subscription. Give me a second. Anyway, I'll look at that later. I wanted to show you guys the pre-instructions that I pass into the AIs before I, get anything back from them. But they've changed something here because even when I ask it, like, where are these things? It tells me to go to some setting that isn't here. Did you hear that, Michael? Michael says, nice band. I didn't know. I didn't think you'd be able to hear any of it, but that's kind of cool. Like during Mardi Gras, one of the pretty decent size parades, the Crew Boheme, basically started at my house. There's a big empty lot that's across the street from me, which is a perfect staging area for the big parades, during Mardi Gras. Not all the parades start there, but one of them started there, went right down my street. So I could sit on my front stoop and watch the whole parade go by. It was pretty damn cool. But yeah, because there's supposed to be an instructions for, anyway, it's going to take too much time to figure out why that's not coming up. But the point is that I give it this prompt that feeds in before everything, and I tell it like don't ever assume a certain position. I actually instruct it explicitly. If there's a flaw in the logic or the thinking of the question or in what I'm asking you to do, tell me. And sometimes I'll even put in something like I'm not expecting a lot of feedback, and it'll say, well, there's a key problem in your thought structure, thought process here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I always tell it every time. I say challenge assumptions, point out errors. Useful feedback matters more than comfortable feedback. Um, Prioritize substance over compliments because, AI is sycophantic. Never soften criticism. If an idea has holes, say so directly. So this is what I feed into it before every single query. That doesn't mean it is perfect. It doesn't mean that I still can't bias the engine in a bad way to do something that I didn't want it to do. That's always a threat. Nevertheless, it does get you much better answers if you give it this kind of baseline of telling it, dude, don't suck up. Just answer the question as unbiasedly as you can. And also, if there's a problem in the question or in the premises, tell me. And sometimes it will be surprising in the way that it actually, answers in good faith. So Keith says they were obviously following the moon for the date of the resurrection, which is sus. Well, it depends on how you want to define moon. I mean, they're following the Passover, which also follows the moon. So we can say the moon, but the narrative is that Jesus died right after the Passover, right? So the real question then is what year? What year was it? And as far as I know, I think that pretty much everyone agrees that it was either 30 CE or 33 CE. The 30 CE lines up better with Luke's narrative, depending upon the birth narrative that you're going with. And 33 CE aligns better with other narratives. And a lot of people, a lot of lame-ass apologists especially, will latch on to 33 CE. Not saying that that's wrong. I don't know when Jesus died, but they will latch onto it because there was a lunar eclipse on the day when Jesus is supposed to have died in 33 CE. And that, sadly, Christians glom onto that, and they think it's significant because one of the narratives said that the sky got dark. The problem is that Jesus died during the day, according to all of the narratives, and a lunar eclipse only happens at night. So, or at least it only darkens the sky at night. Let me put it that way. You can have a lunar eclipse in the day, but it's not going to. Do I have that right? No, can you even have a lunar eclipse in the day? No, you can't have a lunar eclipse in the day. So you can only have a lunar eclipse at night. Yeah. So that's my little synopsis of the arguments there. All right, let me put this in, and we're going to get on to the next question or thing, but I'm going to update this doc here with the numerous structural flaws of the idea that Jesus could have possibly been a proper sacrifice. So give me a second here. I'm going to update this file, or update a couple of these files, and then we will move on. But keep giving me new ideas. File save as. So, Kif, if you're still there too, the idea of this is that I originally started creating this last week as a resource for me while I'm live streaming. But then I also thought, it could be a resource for others. I'm not going to say that it's going to become some atheist handbook or something like that. But, other people can pull up the site and look at the arguments that I have here, and they will only grow over time. So after a year of doing this channel now, almost 2 days short of a year, after a year of doing this channel, I have realized that while I have definitely built up a lot of keys in my own mind for knowledge about the Bible or whatever, still, at a certain point, your brain starts overflowing, At a certain point, it's like, there may have been a key insight I had back in November, and now it's just kind of fallen out of my brain. So, I wanted to, I realized just this last week, like I need to build this resource online for my benefit mostly, but if it helps other people, then too. Garland says, Justin is a messiah. Yes, rock hard for Doug. You got 9 lives that all around him. I love it. Let me save this here. And let me get my code updated here. And let's try that. And this is the Jesus Passover Lamb bullshit. So let's call this. Once again, like I could put this on screen and have you guys watch me code too. I don't know if that would help some people to realize that that I haven't gone away, but but I also know it's kind of boring to sit there and watch someone code. Wrong docs. There we go. Jesus Passover Lamb. So let's do this. Also, we won't be doing this too late tonight. It's currently 4:15 here, Central Time. And if I want to remain married, which I do, I have commitments to celebrate our anniversary tonight. So this is not going to be like a marathon all night kind of codathon, thought brainstorming session. This is only going to go on for like another hour and change, because at a certain point I got to go like wash my balls and get, something different put on and get ready to go out for the night, because otherwise Adam might be single again. And I'm not trying to be single again. So that's not my intention for the time being. So yeah, once again, I'm sitting here with the coding AI suggesting tool, and I just type in did, and it's automatically filling in Jesus fulfilled the Passover lamb prophecy. It's like it's reading enough context clues from the rest of the file that I'm updating that even the AI understands like this is a reasonable question. Yes, happy anniversary, happy wife, happy life. And also, Michael, thank you for pimping that as well. If anyone hasn't heard it on the live stream yet, my normal slot that I'm trying to settle into is my normal gig is Tuesday nights, 5 p.m. Central, and this Tuesday night, which is 2 nights away, right? 3 nights away. Yeah, 3 nights away, is the 1-year anniversary of the channel. I'm going to put a countdown. So I actually haven't said this at all during the live stream today. I'm going to put a countdown, and I'll start at 5 p.m. Central, but I'm going to go till midnight. One way or another, I'm going to go to, which isn't that crazy because a lot of times I go till like 10 or 10:30 or whatever. I'm going to go till midnight, and we're going to, even if there's like 2 people left on the live stream, I don't care. Like we're one way or another. I don't care. I don't care if everyone has fallen off the live stream and it's just me by myself celebrating and dancing, because when I get to midnight, I mean, of course, the first video that I put up last year, I didn't post it midnight, but you get the idea. Like midnight's the birthday of the channel, if you will. So that's what I'm going to do. So we have Jesus fulfilled. I'm almost got this done. We'll get to more conversation here. And then, so my summary here is, if you evaluate the crucifixion using the strict literal legal code of the Old Testament, Jesus did not qualify as an acceptable sacrifice. That is correct. Now, I want to mention something that, oh, William, you're gonna miss it coming Tuesday. That sucks, but you're an awesome friend of the channel, and so I appreciate you. Although, how dare you miss my anniversary show? Damn it! but I get it. Like, if you can't be here, you can't be here. So Sunny Mooney says, your LLM was trained with Reddit religion criticism. I'm going to highlight this. I don't know if Sunny Mooney is still here in the chat or not, but they say your LLM was trained with Reddit religion criticism and the rest of the internet. So, no, try again. I appreciate your attempt, but that's pretty lame. The LLM was trained with the rest of the internet because all LLMs are trained with the rest of the internet. Kumar, we're discussing, ultimately we're discussing me brainstorming what's currently going into my online reference tool for counter apologetics. But specifically, Sunny Mooney here feels a little accusatory, saying that my LLM was trained with Reddit religion criticism and the rest of the internet. Well, my LLM is Gemini. And if you think that Gemini is only trained with Reddit religion criticism, it just means that you don't really have the intelligence to understand how these tools are actually trained. So you can educate yourself and you can learn a little bit, or you can simply fall back on your lame apologetics and bitch and cry and moan. You could do it however you want, I guess. Like if it makes you feel good to get in your little bubble and say, oh, it's just trained with Reddit religion criticism and the rest of the internet, then okay. I hope that makes you warm at night along with your, Jesus delusions, and, you can feel like you're learning something as you stick your head right up your Christian ass. Or you could grow the hell up and you could realize that this isn't how LLMs work. And if you don't know how LLMs work, that's fine, because most humans on the planet do not. But then you should actually grow up enough to actually educate yourself in the process before you just sit there and throw lame shit in the comments, But your LLM was trained with Reddit religion criticism and the rest of the internet. Like, no, you don't actually know how LLMs work. So, do better. Just do better. Jesus would want you to do better. Yahweh would want you to do... No, Yahweh wouldn't, because Yahweh's an angry little bitch. So Yahweh would not want you to do better. But Jesus, I think Jesus would want you to do better. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? But it's good, because we needed a troll. We don't have enough trolls in this. When you do an impromptu video of brainstorming, like, you don't get enough trolls, I guess. Although I don't know what the proper level of trolls is. Like, how many trolls do we need to make a proper live stream? I'm not sure. Okay, so finishing this. I'm updating this file. Did Jesus fulfill the Passover lamb prophecy? No. He failed badly. And we are going to add this file to Git. William, Yahweh just likes to swing his dick. I'll tell you what, I make a lot of fun of Christians who hold to the whole true anthropomorphic idea of God. But I will also say that the idea of Yahweh swinging his mighty dick around really fits perfectly with the Old Testament. It's the Old Testament just reads like some cranky old bastard swinging his giant dick around, like Milton Berle just swinging it around like, don't you see who I am? It's really, yeah, and big balls too. Yeah, exactly. The ball's just hanging down on the ground, just scraping the ground. Oh, I have too much fun doing this sometimes. Like, I shouldn't have this much fun doing this. Okay, so I've got that updated, and it's updating the live site now. Ooh, that's a good comment, William. It could be the alternate title for the book of Job. So, a side story on that. Sunny Mooney says, I didn't say only. I said, I should highlight this too, in all fairness, because I highlighted their last comment, so I should highlight this too. I didn't say only. I said Reddit religion criticism, because that's part of the internet data that's used, including for Gemini, apparently. It's an explanation why it can guess well. Oh, Okay, so to be fair, I might have been, maybe I was a dick to you, Sonny. That's fair, and I might have responded in an uncouth way. I thought you were like, you just Reddit level atheism, like because I hear that a lot, and like, oh, you're going with Reddit level atheism, like. I thought that's where you're going with that, and I think I probably, seeing your follow up, I think I misread you. And I probably went off on a tangent about it because I'm just sitting here blabbing on a Saturday afternoon. So I apologize for that if I had misread you. I will say this. You say, because that's part of the internet data that's used. That's fair. And if you're referring to how I said that it can autocomplete things, then that's very accurate. Now, keep in mind too that the LLMs are also trained on, I guess this is why I'm impressed with the LLM, the way that it's working in my code completion tool. It's not, I did a whole video on how AI is not really intelligent the way that humans think of intelligence, but it is an incredibly impressive tool. And when I say that I'm surprised, keep in mind that there is more pro-Christian apologetic stupid shit on the internet, on Reddit and everywhere else than there is atheist shit. I mean, there's a lot of atheist shit out there, right? But there's more apologetic, sucking up to Yahweh kind of stuff and sucking up to Jesus kind of stuff. So from that perspective, the LLM does get trained on the atheist stuff, but of course it also gets trained on the apologist stuff too. So of course it's not going blind. It's looking at what else is in the file. It's looking at what else is in the site, and it's taking all of that in context, which as an old school programmer, I find that to be impressive. Like it's not always perfect. And sometimes it comes up with some weird suggestions because it's got to do that. But for the most part, it's scary sometimes the way that it will complete stuff. I don't want to get too far in the weeds because it'll bore people that aren't programmers. But usually when I'm programming, it's pulling up suggestions all the time. And usually when I'm programming, I'm not programming my personal site about religious stuff, right? I'm programming something for work. And sometimes I will put the first word or two of a command I'm typing out, and then it will suggest an auto completion that's like 10 lines of code. And I'll look at what it's suggesting, and I realize that's exactly what I was about to code. It's freaky sometimes the way it can be strangely accurate when you don't expect it to be. I know it's all just a very advanced parlor trick because it's trained on so much data, and it's figured out that, if you're starting off with this word or two in this context, you're probably going here. But it's crazy sometimes the way that it gets ahead of you, and it'll even make suggestions that you didn't think it would be capable of. And I'm not saying this in a way like I'm freaked out by it. It's like, I'm like, wow, that's impressive. So William says, I do think that LLMs are trained to side with the prompter's goals. You got to be super careful of that built-in bias. That's absolutely correct. And I'll say it again, William. One of the things I'm putting here on my site, I'll pull it up on screen, is I am admittedly using some AI overviews based on my notes, but they're still AI overviews, right? And I don't want people to think like, oh, I've researched this shit because I put a few things into AI and then I went with what it said. But if you give it enough information, those are the syllogisms. Let's go to the docs. Like here, like did Yahweh, let me pull up, let's see. So like, does Yahweh understand science? It's giving you this narrative based on a bunch of notes that I gave it. So clearly in this case, like I was basically asking it to write me a narrative based on what the thoughts that were already in my head. I gave it a bunch of verses to key off of. Now, to be fair, I also told it in the prompt, I said, if there's a flaw in this logic or you're seeing resources that conflict with this, please let me know. Or, please, and I already shared with you the pre-prompt that I give it to try to, as best as I can, ward off any sycophantic answers. But you always have that risk. Anytime you're using AI, I know it's still a relatively new tool for a lot of people, but you have to always understand that at a certain point, it's a digital form of fellatio. So if you don't want to just get digitally sucked off and feel good about it, if you actually want to be critical, yeah, you need to read this stuff carefully. And I've even said a few times today that, okay, there's a few things I've chunked into the tool while we've been talking that I'm going to need to go back and read carefully to ensure that it complied with my notes or complies with what I actually want to portray, because sometimes it will put weird shit in there and you don't know. But Sonny says, thank you for the apology. Not Christian, but I like to word things controversially. And, one thing I struggle with is if you do a live stream, whether it's an impromptu thing like this, or whether it's, something you planned all week or whatever, sometimes like I want to read the comments, but then also sometimes it can be really, really dangerous to read a comment really quickly and then just pop off on it. This isn't the first time that I've said something and I'm like, oh, that wasn't what they meant. Like, oops. And at some point I'll probably even have a scenario here on a live stream or something where I'm like, ooh, I'm really sorry for saying that. I hope that's not the case, but then again, to some extent, it's kind of the danger of the territory, I guess. Keith says, I guess a strategy is to get Christians to admit that the lamb is merely a symbolic concept. Outside of Jewish stories, why ought I care? Symbolism doesn't mean real in reality. I don't know if I can agree with this, Keith. And I'm bringing this up not as a challenge, but just as a discussion point, because I think that most Christians that I've known are very, very true, or they're very, very adamant about the symbolism. They love the symbolism. They wrap themselves in the symbolism like a blanket. And yet, in the same breath, they will turn around and tell you, but it's all literally true. Now, I'm not saying that every Christian is a fundamentalist, but when it comes to things like the resurrection, I found this is an area where most Christians become fundamentalist. So I know a lot of Christians who will tell you that the world wasn't, that the earth wasn't created in 6 days. I know a lot of Christians who will tell you that the world was never covered in a global flood. I don't know many Christians who will even entertain the thought that Jesus wasn't literally resurrected, bodily resurrected. I'm not saying they're not out there. I'm not saying that they don't exist. But I think that is one area where Christians tend to collapse down into fundamentalism. A lot of Christians will argue or even look down their nose at young earth creationists, which I understand because young earth creationists are idiots. But trying to get Christians to admit that that the earth is not 6,000 years old is probably not a hard thing. Trying to get Christians to admit that Jesus probably wasn't truly a sacrificial lamb and that he wasn't resurrected, and that, and that it wasn't literally like some play on the Passover. That, I'm not saying that there aren't Christians who would agree with you there, but I'm saying it's a harder sell. It's a much, much harder sell. Just my personal opinion. But I'm not mad at what you wrote. Like I get what you're saying. I just think that it's weird how much Christians will really glom on, not just to the resurrection, but to the Passover lamb. What's the word I'm looking for? Metaphor, you know? Yeah, this is a great one. It's simple, but I love it. A sacrifice should be considered ick and invoke disgust. You know, as simple as that statement is, Keith, I love the way that you've said that. And I even love the fact that it's not in flowery language, because really, it's a sacrifice. I mean, whether we're talking about the Old Testament, whether you're talking about the symbolic idea of Jesus, no matter how you couch it, the simple fact is that for anyone who has any real sensibilities about them, and yes, you can call them modern sensibilities, but I will also just say real sensibilities. Like, why would you think that a sacrifice is a good idea? I do understand that back in the day, way back in the day, you know, thousands of years before Jesus even, I do understand this logic. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I understand the logic that I want the God to do something for me. And in order to do something for me, I have to show them that I am giving up something, to basically show that I have skin in the game, to show that it's a real heartfelt request, that I'm not just randomly begging any God in the universe, like, no, I'm going to sacrifice a camel or a lamb or a goat or an ox or something, because back in those days, livestock was almost more important than currency. They had currency back then. They had coins and shit. But honestly, if you had a flock of 50 goats, I mean, you were rich, relatively speaking, for the time, right? Like, that was a big deal to have a bunch of goats, or to have camels, or to have oxen or whatever. So to give one up, to kill one, just as a token of saying, I want to ask something of you, and to show you that I'm serious, here, let me kill an animal. From that perspective, I get it. I'm not saying I agree with it, but putting myself in the old world mindset, I get it. But then when you get into the mechanics of it, and I don't just mean because I'm not just saying because, like, oh, don't kill an animal, that's bad. It probably is bad, but I'm not even saying it like a pacifist. I'm saying it like, I said this earlier in the live stream, but like, imagine that, Keith, you want to talk to me, or you want to submit a request to me, and instead of sending a super chat, or instead of putting a comment in the live chat, I said, no, you have to kill an animal to get me to respond to you. You need to go find an animal, a living creature, and slaughter it, and let me smell its pleasing aroma coming to my nostrils, and then I might listen to you. That's weird. I know I'm talking from a modern perspective, but I don't care. It's weird. Like, the logic of it is weird. Like I said, I can understand the idea that, well, you give up something of value so that you can deign to talk to me, the deity, right? Oh, Miko. Miko sent 5 Skepticus gift memberships. Thank you so much, Miko. I appreciate that. You're awesome. I really appreciate that. So, all cheers to Miko. I appreciate that. But I can understand the idea of giving up something of value to show that you're serious. Because in modern terms, we would call this a credibility enhancing display. A credibility enhancing display is a way of showing that, hey, I've given up something, and then it makes everyone else look at you or your cause as being more serious, more real. Like, oh, well, if you're willing to give up a lamb or a goat or an ox or whatever, a camel, like, you must be serious about this. There is a very human instinct that people have, which has now been well documented by social scientists, which is that the more that you look like you were giving something up, the more other people tend to hold your value, your cause in higher esteem. Now, we could say logically, what difference does that make? Just because you did a stupid thing to yourself, why should I believe you? But so thank you, William. I mean, I'm going to go through the entire chat anyway, but I want to make sure I bookmark this as well. About why the crucifixion. Absolutely bookmarking that right now. I can't remember if I said this, William, but I have your sound clips too on the soundboard. I just have to figure out how to get the soundboard to play through OBS. I think I told you that earlier. But back to the question of sacrifices. For example, this may sound like a weird example, but I think you'll understand how this plays in. In the Middle Ages, if I say to you a Dark Ages or Middle Ages monk, what's the mental image that you bring up? You probably bring up some guy, or a monk or a friar. Okay, we could use either one. It will be someone in a brown robe, cloak kind of thing, probably like with a white rope as a belt. But specifically, how do you picture his style? If I say to you Middle Ages monk or Middle Ages friar, there's probably a image that you have. I'm trying to remember how to spell it. Tonsure. There we go. Tonsure. Okay. I'm going to put it up on screen to see it. Just a second. This is what you probably picture, right? Middle-aged friar, a monk. And this hair, because nobody's hair grows like that. I mean, there are people that have male pattern baldness, right? Where they get bald on the middle, but they never have a full ring of hair in the front and then bald in the center. You have to shave it like that. I didn't know this until like 10 or 15 years ago, but that's called a tonsure. That haircut is called a tonsure. And if you think that haircut looks stupid, you're not alone, because people back then thought that it looked stupid. Friars and monks or whatever, they did not wear this, or they did not cut their hair this way because they thought it was a cool way to cut their hair. They cut their hair this way because it was supposed to look stupid. That was the point. The idea was that if you are willing to cut your hair, shave the middle of your head down in a way that looks that stupid, then by the weird way that the weird way that humans tend to think of these things, they go, well, if he's willing to look that stupid for his religion, then there must be something right about it. It's really the first part of the argument that eventually leads to the idea that says, well, if they're willing to die for their religion, to be martyred, then it must be true. Now, to be clear, cutting your hair in this really stupid manner is a far stretch from being martyred. Okay, I'm not saying that they're equivalent, but I'm saying that they're in, yes, JR says, an act of humiliation. Absolutely true. So another way, another more extreme example of this is that, for many parts of human history, there was a certain small subset of humanity who were, they were eunuchs. They had their junk cut off. And depending upon how you did the eunuch thing, sometimes it was like, your balls, sometimes it was more. And sometimes it was done voluntarily, which blows my mind. Like, that fucking blows my mind to think that anyone actually volunteered to have this done. But as crazy as that sounds, part of the psychology that drives this to happen in humans is that when people feel like they truly feel convinced about a cause, and they specifically want to broadcast their dedication to the cause, sometimes they will do very, very extreme things. And the reason that they do very, very extreme things sometimes is because it works. Not on everybody, but it works as a way of telling, if other people looking and going, wow, this must be the real deal. Like, he wouldn't do this if it wasn't the real deal. So Keith also says that Christianity was big into celibacy, which that's true. There's also a lot of complications around that too, because a lot of this comes from the teachings of Paul and early Christianity, but especially the teachings of Paul. And the problems, this is where one of the areas where Christianity fucked up the world badly for centuries, because the early teachings of Christianity were based on the idea that the world was literally about to end. I mean, in the early days of Christianity, I'm talking first century, people thought like it's going to be 20, 30 years tops before the world ends and Jesus comes back. Like, this is reflected in Paul's writings. This is reflected in the early church leaders, that they absolutely thought that, well, yeah, Jesus died, but man, we're almost at the end of it anyway. So like a lot of Paul's teachings, for example, he was a very anti-sexual man. According to what's known of him, he supposedly was celibate. Of course, we don't know what he did in his private time, right? But as far as the public perception of Paul was that he was celibate. More importantly, Paul's ideal relationship model for humanity was that everyone else should be celibate. That's what he thought. And I forget what it is. Is it in Corinthians somewhere where he says basically, you should be celibate, but if you can't restrain your human needs, then be married, because then at least you can relieve your carnal impulses within the bounds of holy matrimony, right? But the fact is that he was pretty explicit in saying that even that was like a consolation prize. Like, ultimately, he wanted you to be celibate. And in a weird sort of way, that almost makes sense if you assume the world's about to end, right? Because if you assume that Jesus is coming back next year or the year after or something, and the world's about to end, then what's the point of having kids? What's the point of, building wealth? What's the point of, doing all of these worldly things? Because, I mean, kids are important, but even kids are kind of a worldly endeavor, right? Because kids are like maintaining your line into some undefined future. But if you don't think the future is going to be there, well, then let's just all get into our bunkers, right? We'll all hunker down in our bunkers, and we'll, make sure we have enough wine and cheese to last until the earth burns up, and then we'll be done. Like why do these long-term things if you think that the world is literally about to end? I mean, it says being celibate was a step down from getting the Ronco ball crush. Okay. Michael says, was Paul gay? So, I do not pretend to be educated on this, Michael. So take all of this with a grain of salt. Whatever someone like Dan McClellan or any of them say on this, I take anything that they say over my words here. But it is my understanding, a lay person's understanding, that there is no credible source or reason to firmly believe that Paul was gay. I can't prove that. I don't know that. But, I mean, was it possible that he was gay? Sure. But I think if we are to believe the New Testament, and as an atheist, I can't help but smile when I say that. Like, if we're going to take the New Testament at its word, then, was Paul gay? No. But again, I think my impression of Paul, again, this is very laypersonish, but my impression of Paul is someone who was old enough and devout enough. He was ate up enough in his religious fervor that regardless of whatever relations he might have had when he was younger, at this point, he probably kind of felt like any of that was in his past, because how old was Paul when he first converted? I don't know if we have. I'd have to Google that. I'm not going to sit here. You guys have already watched me type on screen enough today, and you guys are probably bored with that. But and Sonny also says Paul writes like he's expecting the first coming of Jesus to earth, the revelation of what Christians only know by vision so far. I don't think that Paul was gay. Paul definitely, I think that, well, if we take the writings at their own word, Paul saw, here's how I can say it. With regard to sexual immorality, I think that Paul thought that ultimately all sex was detrimental. Okay? I think that Paul saw sex as, at best, if you assume we're going to be around as a species for another million years, I think he saw it at best as a necessary evil. And at worst, I think that he saw it as taking away from Christ, taking away from your dedication to the church or whatever it is you need to do spiritually. But I don't have any particular reason to believe that Paul was gay. I'd love to, if I'm off on that, if anyone has any other resources that they, I'm not sure. But also remember, this is a guy who previously he was a Pharisee. Now, I'm not saying that Pharisees were gay, because I'm sure that there were some gay Pharisees, but you know what I'm saying? Like, just because you're a Pharisee doesn't make you gay, but being a Pharisee made you very conservative, probably on all matters. How many liberal Pharisees were there in ancient Judea and, Israel and all that? Probably not many. And I'm going to assume that if they were very conservative in their general mores, they were probably especially conservative in their sexual mores, right? Now, I'm not saying that there weren't any hypocrites. There probably were some Pharisees who preached all this conservative bullshit, and then they probably visited the whorehouses at night. But in terms of public facing, the Pharisees were kind of the hardcore Christian nationalists of their day, but for Jews. And again, that if we know anything about modern times, that means that they were half of them were gay. But they just didn't want to admit it. But in terms of their public facing self, I don't know if anyone has ever been able to tie Paul to being gay. Kip says, I think the whole Christianity thing was just a Joseph Smith job done on Judaism by Paul. That's I have to actually have to highlight that. This, I'm sure you, I'm not going to insult you, Kif, by assuming you don't even fully understand the full context of that, because you probably do if you put that comment there. But I almost wonder, like that seems so prescient to me. Like, I wonder if you realize all of the levels on which that hits, because, and again, I'm not trying to, sell you short, Kif. Maybe all of the levels on which it hits, but yeah, Paul, Paul's known as essentially the father of the modern church, right? Not Jesus, but Paul, for many good ways, or many good reasons. I mean, because he more so than anything Jesus might have said or did in his life, it's Paul who essentially grabbed that religion by the nutsack and pulled it into legitimacy for, for the ancient world. And whether that meant that he had to lie, steal, or borrow, or kick and scream or whatever, I think that once Paul decided that this is the train I'm going to get on, then there wasn't any story that he didn't, he thought was too outrageous if it furthered his cause. I definitely think that that's the case. And, it's not going to shock you guys to know that I don't believe in Mormonism any more than I do in Christianity. But I think that's a beautiful connection between Joseph Smith and Paul. That's a connection I don't think a lot of Christians even make, because Jesus, if I'm being really practical here, Jesus did not create Christianity. Paul did. Paul created what we consider to be, in a modern context, Christianity. And in that same light, Joseph Smith created Mormonism. Now, of course, if you're a believer, you could say, well, he created it because it's true. He created it because he received the golden plates. Like, okay, fine, whatever. But he created it. He built it out of nothing. So this is something that I highlight all the time. I mean, I don't know if I highlight it enough in my videos, but I know like in conversations I do. I can't put a number on this, but I would bet you money that if we could do like a Pew Research Center poll of Christians and ask just Christians across the board, did Paul know Jesus? I think that a majority of Christians would say yes. And then if we got more explicit, and even if we said, did Paul meet Jesus, or did Paul, ever meet him in person? I think a majority of Christians would say yes, because even though it's right there in the New Testament, I think that a lot of Christians today have this fuzzy, disconnected narrative in their head that somehow Paul was a contemporary of Jesus. Well, actually, let me rephrase that, because I guess he was technically a contemporary of Jesus, because Paul was alive when Jesus was alive. So contemporary is the wrong word, because contemporary just means that you lived at the same time. I think that a lot of modern Christians would assume, or would even contend to you, that on some level Paul met Jesus, when even the scriptures say that Jesus came to Paul in a vision. Now, I know we can get into metaphysical shit, right? We could say, well, even if it's a vision, that could have been the real Jesus coming to Paul in this vision, right? Like, if I have a dream one night about Bugs Bunny, no one's going to think that Bugs Bunny actually came and talked to me. But if I have a dream one night about Jesus, some people would still argue, but that was Jesus talking to you. Even though I told you it was a dream. Even though I had told you, like, I went to sleep, I had a dream that Jesus talked to me last night, some people would still tell you that that's Jesus. So we could get into semantics, and we could argue about, okay, if Paul had a vision of the resurrected Jesus, was that really Jesus talking to him or not? But the fact is that even the text acknowledges that it's not physically like Jesus just walking down the street like, yo, bro, like, hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jesus. Oh, I'm Paul. Okay. Like they went and had a beer or something together. No, that's even in the scriptures, that's not the way that it happened. But I could be wrong on this. Maybe Christians are better educated on this than I give them credit for, but I'd say if I was a gambling man, but the fact is I play high stakes poker, so I can't say if I was a gambling man. I would put $100 of my own money down if we could do a real survey. and say, I would bet you that the majority of Christians just pulled off the street, self-professing Christians, are under the impression or the belief that Paul actually met or knew or even traveled with Jesus. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes, so William says Paul was actually the first one to write anything on Christianity. Then the Gospels came later. So from what I understand, like the Corinthians letter, I think is the earliest. The First Corinthians, I think, is the earliest that we have from the New Testament, which may have come as early as like what was it, like 5 or 6 years after Jesus' death. But I'm not sure on that. Don't quote me on that. But yes, to your original point that he was actually the first one to write anything. Yeah, Paul was writing before the first gospel is known to have been written. Now I know people will quibble over this and they'll say, well, maybe there was the famous or the infamous Q gospel, which has never been identified and we don't know if it exists. Maybe, there was some proto version of the gospels being passed around. But as far as the first official writings of the New Testament, they came before the Gospels. They came from Paul. And we do know that the early church absolutely existed or consisted of Paul essentially rounding up people and keeping things in line for the early idea of Christianity, more so than the apostles. Any credit you want to give to the apostles, like, no, Paul was what, this is why I love that earlier comment, because, really Paul is to Christianity what John Smith is to Mormonism. I know Christians don't want to hear that because they'll say, well, but John Smith made that shit up. But then they'll say that to you with a straight face and they don't realize how stupid that sounds to anyone who hasn't bought into your bullshit. Like, oh, I see. John Smith is a fucking idiot who made shit up. But Paul is the saint, right? And no self-awareness. No understanding that, ooh, maybe I should look at, maybe I should examine these claims a little closer. So yes, JR says that Paul did meet Peter and they did not get along well. I think that is accurate from what I understand. I know that, well, I'm very certain that from my reading that Paul met Peter, and that in the reason that we do not believe that they got along well is because in the Gospels, in the New Testament themselves, they seem to have been quite contentious. And I'm getting out over my skis here because I haven't read the full New Testament in a while. Wasn't it Peter who was one of the ones advocating for circumcision? And I know Paul was pissed off about it. Paul was like, yeah. Paul famously wrote, like if you're going to advocate for that, then cut off everything, because Paul was incredibly practical. We know, of course, that Paul existed, and he was incredibly practical. And I think he was doing exactly what he needed to do, or felt that he needed to do in order to propagate this religion to Gentiles, to non-Jewish people. And Paul, to be fair, I have my opinions about Paul, but at least Paul understood that asking, going to people that have not been raised in a Jewish tradition and saying, hey, don't you want to join my religion? All you have to do is cut off a piece of your fucking cock. That's not a good selling point. Ask any salesperson in the world and ask them if you think it's a good selling point to say, hey, sign up for my club or buy my product, and all you have to do is cut off a piece of your cock. That's not going to go very well at all. It's not going to spread. People are not going to take it up enthusiastically. That's just not a good selling point. Let's see here. At this point, I'm just kind of going off comments because we're going to do like another half hour or so before I have to get ready for my anniversary dinner, because I don't want to get divorced. But Tavo says, you should check out my CTF argument. It weighs the academic, historiographical, empirical features of the origin of each of the world's major religions. So, maybe you just put this out there as a desire for me to, beg you for more information, but it's like, do you have a link? Do you like, maybe I'm playing into the trolls here, but like, you are putting in this like, oh, you should check out my really cool argument. Like, do I just Google Tavo and it comes up? Like, I don't know. Or do I Google CTF and it will automatically come up in my browser? I'm not sure. Oh, this is interesting. Paul was the ultimate deceiver of Christianity. He removed the monotheistic values of God. Okay, so Adam Anthony, I have questions. When we start with the first clause in your sentence, I can't disagree with this. When you said that Paul was the ultimate deceiver of Christianity, I think that reasonable people could actually make a case that to some extent Paul, or maybe to a large extent, Paul perverted the original intent of whatever we believe the historical Jesus to be. Okay, I know that that's a big loaded statement, but then when you say he removed the monotheistic values of God, what does that mean? Are you referring to the Trinity? Because the Trinity is not generally attributed at all to Paul. In fact, in terms of the New Testament, the most Trinitarian author is whoever wrote John, which was not John, but whoever wrote John, is probably the most Trinitarian and the also the author with the most the highest Christology, and also it's also hands down the latest gospel. But I don't know if that's what you're referring to when you talk about the mono. I don't know if you're talking about Trinitarianism, I guess I could maybe see how Paul affected the monotheistic values of God, because you could argue that Trinitarianism is not monotheistic. But Paul didn't even talk that much about the Trinity. I mean, no one in the Bible technically talked about the Trinity, but I don't think he even talked that much about the concepts of the Trinity. But I would love to be corrected on this. Okay, now I got to call you on this. So he's saying, Tavo says, 2 Corinthians 13:14 and Matthew 28:19 mention the Trinity. Okay, so let's pull this up. We'll do a little Bible study. By the way, I also have to point out how sad my life is and how sad all of your lives are. We're sitting here on a Saturday afternoon pulling up Bible verses. And at least the vast majority of us in this right now are not believers, but this is what we do with our Saturday afternoons. Like, I mean, I'm going to be out partying later, so I guess maybe I can acquit myself a little bit, but also it's kind of a sad statement on our lives. So you said 2 Corinthians 13:14. So 2 Corinthians 13 ends at 13. There is not a 2 Corinthians 13:14. So did you misattribute that? 2 Corinthians ends at 13:13. Am I misreading what you wrote here? You said 2 Corinthians 13:14, but no, there is no 2 Corinthians 13:14. That doesn't exist. Well, Tavo says, longtime channel watcher and subscriber, so I'd love to check in and engage with my content. So I appreciate that. I did not know that you were with us for a long time, but thank you. But then you say that's the line from 2 Corinthians 13:14. There is not a 2 Corinthians 13:14. Am I looking this up wrong? No, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians. Kif says, I'm actually losing at poker at the same time, if that's any better. That is better. What are you playing, Kif? You play Hold'em? I normally play 2-5 Texas Hold'em, but which might be why you're losing if you're paying attention to this. Maybe you should pay less attention to this and more attention. I'm not going to say to your cards, because any poker player knows that you know your cards, and hopefully you know the cards of your opponents as well as you can. But you sometimes need to pay very close attention to the betting patterns at the table. And sometimes if you're not paying really close attention, that can be hard. But yeah, I don't know where 2 Corinthians 13:14 comes from. That's not a thing. But what was the other one that you listed here too? You said Matthew 28:19. So let's look that up. Matthew 28:19, which is, so you're pulling up these verses from the very ends of these, from Corinthians and Matthew. So let's pull this up on the screen. And I got the wrong. There we go. Let's do this. Let me hide this and give me just a second. I got to pull it up on the screen and figure it out. There we go. Bright monitor. Okay. So you said second. This is Matthew. Let me make sure I'm going from the right spot again. Matthew 28:19. It says, "Go therefore and make disciples of all nations." This is the Great Commission, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. So that's not the Trinity. So I have to call you out on this. Just because you can name the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit doesn't mean that that's the concept of the Trinity. Now, to be fair, I think I understand where you're going with this, because here they have clearly named the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And I was a Christian for 40 years in traditional Western Protestantism. I'm very aware of the Trinity, okay? So I get where you're coming from on this, because they've named the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But naming these three things is not nearly the same as quantifying the post-biblical convention that is the Trinity. At no point here, in fact, to be fair, I could give you other verses in the Bible that I think make a better case for the Trinity than this. Here, they have named the three aspects of the Trinity. That doesn't tell anyone that these three entities, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, are somehow one God with three aspects, right? Because you have to be careful how you say it, because almost any way that you say it logically, it's heresy, because it's heretical to speak of it in logical terms. The only way that you can be non-heretical is to speak of it in the bullshit terms of the church. So yes, they do name the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. At the time of the writing of the Gospels, they knew who the Father was, right? They've known that for thousands of years. That's Yahweh. They knew who the Son was, at least according to their doctrine. And they had this concept. By the time of the writing of the Gospels, the concept of the Holy Spirit was not new. They had already talked about and codified on some level this idea of the Holy Spirit. But just to name the three is not the same as saying that you have defined or even acknowledged the Trinity. That's a totally different discussion. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I can't really get on board with your claim that the Trinity is here. And to be crystal clear, I'm not one of these asshole atheists who says, well, the word Trinity never exists in the Bible. No, I get that. Just because the word doesn't exist in the Bible doesn't mean that the concept doesn't exist in the Bible, right? You can have a concept that is clearly codified in the Bible without the word actually being there. So I'm not going to tell you that because the term Trinity does not exist in the Bible, that the Trinity itself does not exist in the Bible. I think that that is an unfair and nonsensical position to take. That being said, you can't tell me just because they reference the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit that this is the Trinity, because the Trinity is not simply a naming of the three entities. That is, I'm not accusing you of being this way, but I'm saying that to take that position would be overly simplistic. It's overlooking a lot of theology to say that just because we named the three, that somehow that means that the Trinity is there. That's not true at all. Yeah, so William, voices my concerns there because he says, how do three names appearing in a verse equate to them being the same being? Right. If I told you that my father and me and Casper the Friendly Ghost were all having lunch one afternoon, is that a reference to the Trinity? I mean, in that story, we have my father, we have me, who is the son, and we have Casper the Friendly Ghost. That doesn't make it the Trinity, because the Trinity is not an acknowledgement that these three entities exist. That's not even close to what the Trinity is. The Trinity is a far more complicated and, quite frankly, nonsensical representation of the nature and the relationship of these three entities, which is not touched at all in this verse. So Tavel says, I would say he's grouping them in the same name. Again, you can group them all you want. I can tell you that yesterday there was a lunch party that consisted of my dad, me, and Casper the Friendly Ghost. That doesn't mean that we're all the same entity. So I love you, bro, but I can't get down with that at all. I think that is not logically defensible at all. Tavel's calling in. I didn't realize you were calling in. So let me. Tav, you with us? Wait, I gotta get my speaker turned on. Just a second, my speaker's off, so I can't hear you. Tav, are you there? Tav, are you there? Got nothing there. I want to make sure that my audio is set up, because after last live stream, which was a little painful with regard to the technical details, I definitely had to set some things up. But now he's dropped off. Okay, so I'm sorry if I picked you up too late there, Tavo. I didn't realize at first. I wasn't looking at my other window. I didn't realize you were calling in. But if you want to call in, you're welcome to. I got like 15 to 20 more minutes before I gotta not get divorced. So, Tav, are you with me? I don't hear you. Let's see here. Let's see. Make sure that my audio is correct. Give me a second. Can you? I don't hear you at all. So, I mean, normally, like last week, I had a few people call in that I could hear them, but they couldn't hear me. But I don't hear you at all. So,
Director has muted you.
Oh, wait, there we go. I'm sorry. I had you on the wrong setting. Can you hear me, Tavo?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. It says the director has muted you on my screen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was being stupid and wasn't listening, wasn't watching my settings properly. So, Tavo, I assume you want to talk about the Trinity, or you want to talk about something else?
I mean, I'm happy to just mention briefly my CTF argument. I've been watching your channel for a while now, but I'm happy to talk briefly about that. I'm kind of I see your point. There is a sort of expropriation of the doctrine of rigid Trinitarianism by Tertullian that isn't strictly enumerated in the Bible, right? So
Right.
I can see kind of both sides of the argument, and I'm frankly fairly agnostic on the question of rigid Trinitarianism. But most of my contribution is the CTF argument. That's what I referenced in terms of
what does that mean?
Comparative theological framework. So I'm a professor. I'm an editor of 2 scholarly journals. So basically, I took academic historiographic criteria, and I used them to comparatively rank, order, and weigh different religions, different religious traditions. So I basically took like 13 different religions, 13 different criteria, and I decided how each religion does on each criteria, and I kind of developed a scoring system around that. So basically, not a truth claim, but a ranking claim of the evidentiary basis of each religious tradition.
Okay, so, but you, I mean, to be clear, I like to always say this because I want to put myself on the proper grounding here. That I do not claim to be a biblical scholar. I'm a layperson, and I will loudly and gladly acknowledge my limits here. Okay, so I never want to overrepresent myself, but I do feel confident, even as a layperson, in the idea that the Trinity, as an evolved concept, let's put it that way, does not exist in the Bible. Now, I will also admit to you that there are many verses in the New Testament and the Old that I've been through this. I've seen the whole argument that Trinitarians put up to say, here's Jesus at outside of Sodom, like with the 3 angels, the 2 angels and God, like there are all these different places where they will insert Jesus. And most of them I think are ridiculous. There are some of them that I think are wrong, but I understand where they're coming from. And I'm not going to tell you, first of all, I don't have a dog in the fight of telling you whether or not the Trinity is right or wrong because, at this point in my life, I'm an atheist. What I do have a dog in the fight with is that I get annoyed with theists who want, and I'm not saying you're this person, but, theists who want to demand not just that they believe in the Trinity, but that it's all over the Bible, Old Testament and New. It's obvious. And if you don't see it and if you don't believe it, then you're a heretic.
Well, let me parse out what I think the evidence shows, and you can agree or disagree with some of this. So, first of all, I would agree with you that rabbinical Judaism is more dogmatically monotheistic than that and excludes the Trinity by definition. Okay. Now, the problem is a lot of that rabbinical Judaism is a contextualization that occurred after the year 130. Now, after the year 130, a lot of the messianic passages were more narrowed, they were more attenuated, they were reinterpreted, they were recontextualized. And that was all done in response to the fact that there were several messianic figures that came out of Judea for the first 130 years. And some of those, to varying degrees, really resulted in a lot of strife for the entire population of Judea. So I think there was an effort to sort of attenuate some of the claims. And monotheism was sort of more dogmatically and more narrowly reinterpreted. So I think that I would agree that rabbinical monotheism is not consistent with Trinitarianism. So that's where I would probably agree with you. I also would agree with you that Tertullian's expropriation of the word of kind of creating the word Trinity and his sort of equating the Father, Son, Holy Ghost and the Trinity that is sort of a doctrinal extrapolation, like you said. Now, I personally look at the New Testament and some of the earlier texts and say that I think that there's at least an appeal to authority in the Trinity using each of the components, like in Matthew 28:19, where you say, baptize in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. That's saying that when you're baptizing somebody, you're doing it in the name of all three, which suggests that all three have some degree of divine authority. So I think that there is at least some claim that there's a divine authority from all three figures. That doesn't necessarily prove rigid Trinitarianism, and it doesn't prove all the tenets of Tertullian's doctrine.
It's almost heretical to Trinitarianism because the way that you didn't say it explicitly, but the way that you're inferring is that because I was a little lost because when you said monotheism, I'm like, well, having been a longtime Christian, I would tell you that I don't know a single Trinitarian who thinks that they're not a monotheist. Now, I can also tell you, I think that's silly. That you really think there's a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit who all have the power of God, and yet you think that you're a monotheist. But now I think I see more of where you're coming from there.
Yeah, I just mean that Jewish rabbinical monotheism would exclude a Trinitarian nature of God.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's my point. Not
Yeah,
not
I mean,
that you can't be a monotheist.
I don't pretend to
and a
be any kind
Trinitarian.
of expert on rabbinical Judaism, but I just know that Jews in general, the practicing, believing Jews, or I'm not going to say practicing, people who truly have delved into Jewish theology, they not only do they see themselves, or they see the religion as monotheistic, but they see it as monotheistic as in the Son, of course, they see as obviously not being part of God. And even the Holy Spirit, from what I understand, and I could be getting out over my skis a little bit here, but I think that McClellan's way of describing the Holy Spirit as being someone who carries the agency of God is probably more consistent with rabbinical ideas. But if I'm wrong there, correct me if I'm wrong.
I kind of think of the Holy Spirit as the presence of God that existed inside the Holy of Holies in the Second Temple.
Okay.
There was sort of the central compartment of the Second Temple was where the dwelling of the Holy Spirit.
That's fair. Yeah. Although then if I wanted to get into real like legalism, I'd be like, well, but if the Spirit of God is there, dwelling in the Holy of Holies, but the rest of God is somewhere else, then is it? You could get into a lot of probably boring conversations about, is that, are we truly talking about two entities, two gods? Are we talking about one, then instead of being Trinitarianism, you're talking about dualism, like you can get into a lot of nitnoid little conversations about what that really means.
Well, let me put it to you this way. So, I shouldn't, my statement on, the Holy Spirit as the dwelling inside the tabernacle and the Holy of Holies may be a bit of an overreach, right? Because there's some line in the Old Testament that David was filled with the Holy Spirit when he met with Saul or something. So there's clearly like some ability of the Holy Spirit to transcend that single compartment. Now, the Second Temple didn't exist at the time, and I think during that window of time there was no Holy Temple. But so that may have been a little bit of overreach. But let me give you an example where I think rigid Trinitarianism may be at least more of an extrapolation. So I have a friend who kind of believes in modalism. Now, we don't see eye to eye, but modalism is for those. Are you familiar with modalism? It's sort of like,
yes,
the idea that each entity of God, of the Trinity, is a separate sort of mode of interacting or exist during a certain
which is also
period.
considered by hardcore Christians to be a heresy. But go ahead.
It is considered to be a heresy. Yeah. I mean, but I don't really see that as. I can, if somebody says, "Well, I'm a modalist," that doesn't really. I don't get cheesed off at that.
And of course, I don't consider it to be a heresy. Because to me, it's all 6 one way, half dozen the other. It's like we're. I mean, I find these, even as a former Christian, I find these conversations to be fascinating at times, but not fascinating because I care deeply about someone's perception of the nature of God, or how many facets he has, or whether or not he lives in a Trinitarian or dualist or monotheist view. I just think it's fascinating as a way of highlighting the way that, and yes, I'm going to allow my prejudices to come through in the statement, but it highlights the way that even sometimes the most faithful of believers will find ways to other the other people who also believe. In other words, it's not enough that you believe, but you have to believe exactly the way that I believe. You have to have the same detailed internal mental construct of God and all of his facets, and like how he relates to the Son and how he relates to the Holy Spirit. And if you don't believe in all of that, I'm just talking generically to the ether. I'm not talking to you, but if you don't believe in all of that, then you're a heretic. And that that is one of the things that actually drove me away from a religion, because, hearing Christians talk about the Trinity, they will, on one hand, talk in completely nonsensical terms. And I'm not saying that as an atheist who just says, oh, Christianity is stupid. No, I'm saying they will talk in terms that clearly violate the basic laws, the 3 laws of logic. And then after doing that, they will turn around and look at you and say, but if you don't believe exactly the same illogical way that I do, you're a heretic.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're speaking. Let me just say like 3 quick things, and then I do have to run. But the first thing I want to say is, I think what you're touching on is more broadly applicable. Like that's what we do as humans, right? We group ourselves into us's and others and them's, and say, we're the in crowd and you're the out crowd, and we're going to persecute you, and it's totally justified based on our morality because we're the ones who know what's right. It's tragic. I mean, but it's profoundly human. I don't think that's limited to Christians, but
no,
anyways,
it's not. I mean, not only does every religion do it, pretty much, as far as I know, but even secular groups do it. So to be fair, it's a human thing.
Yeah. And the second thing I would say is, on some of these questions, I'm at least a little bit agnostic. I did make a video about the Trinity debate between Jacob Hansen and God Logic. And my reconciliation of the contradiction between their 2 stances, Jacob Hansen being a Unitarian, God Logic being a Trinitarian, is that God is omnitemporal. That's probably like something that I won't get too into that here, but I made a vid about that if anyone's curious. And the third thing is, I hope you check out the CTF argument sometime. I've been watching you for a while, so I'd love to have some more engagement if you're interested. I
definitely need to check that out, because when you threw that on me, and I admit, there are a lot of, even though I spend far too much time thinking about religion nowadays, there are still many deep aspects of this that I either am not very familiar with or sometimes have not even heard about. So when you threw that out there, I was like, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's a relatively, I mean, I've had several conversations with about 4 or 5 different atheists about it, and they all at least concede that it's at the very least a novel argument. So everyone seems to think, oh, this is interesting and it's novel and it's something that people haven't talked about in the past. But all right, well, the last thing I'll just say really quickly is, because I do have to run, but I'll probably be lurking for a bit after that. But a happy anniversary.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to have a great night. Yeah. But I do want to ask, before you go, what
how many
was
years
the first Corinthians anniversary is it? Reference that you're bringing up? Because I in the NRSV, it's not there.
It is, which one is not there?
The First Corinthians, or was it First Corinthians you brought up? Or was
I'm looking at the New International Version, and it says 2 Corinthians 13:14. May the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. But I maybe I'm wrong. I mean, or maybe that's not in other versions, or maybe it's a later add-on. I don't know. I don't know why it's not in your version. I don't know all the versions. I just know that that's in some of the versions.
So and I know you have to run, but like I have it up on screen here. So I'm reading the NRSV updated edition, and usually the NRSV, even when there are verses that like for example, at the end of like the story of the prostitute, right? That's widely accepted as being a much later edition, but the way that the NRSV handles that is, do you stone her? Let he who is without sin cast the first stone, that kind of stuff. Well, the way the NRSV always handles that is that they will still put it in there, but you'll see it in double brackets, meaning, hey, we know that this is a later edition. It's almost certainly not part of the original text, but we're still keeping it in here for those who want to know why this is there, right? But with 2 Corinthians 13, that's the last verse that's in my version. It says, the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the communion of the Holy Spirit be with all of you. So it sounds like maybe that's combined with what you just read. It's just not listed as 14.
Yeah, that is what I'm quoting. But I mean, I'll concede, because I think this doesn't erase your argument that, look, this is not Paul saying, he doesn't say the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the communion of the Holy Spirit, which are all exactly equal and identical with each other, but separate and essences. He doesn't say that, right? So right. I'll concede that he's not saying exactly what Tertullian is saying. Like, fair. I agree that it's not a 1-to-1 correlation there. How many years are you married now? What
Guys,
your
we're
anniversary?
married 2 years now. We've been together 5 years. Like, so we got married on we would have got married on the same date we met, but it's like because of the court or whatever. We're like, so basically we're celebrating our 5 year anniversary. 2 years married.
That's great. No, I made it to the second date once, but I hope to get further than that eventually. But, okay, well, great to chat with you. I hope we chat again.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you calling in.
Likewise, likewise.
So those were good clarifications from him, and I have to spend a little time. I'm gonna put this in my notes before I forget it because I have to look up CTF. So I'm always interested to learn new theories and new approaches, and also, full disclosure, as I've said before, like from a layman's perspective, I'm not saying this as a brag or humble brag or anything, but from a layman's perspective, I know now that I know more about the Bible than most lay Christians. Okay, like most Christians who don't go to church, or even just the Christians that go to church every Sunday, but they don't really read their Bible much, which is most Christians, right? But compared to people who actually have scholarly training, people who have, history degrees, biblical degrees, language degrees, etc., I am and will always be well behind that curve. I mean, I would love to study this stuff in more detail. No, you weren't too loud, Tavo. That was my settings. I had to turn down your on my OBS. I had it jacked up too loud, so that wasn't your fault at all. So don't worry, Tavo. But and I appreciated you coming out. I'd love to talk with you again in the future. So I always like to hear, any references to old church leaders, theoretical constructs, doctrinal constructs, etc., that I haven't heard, because I think that there's value in what I do in terms of just looking at the Bible and religion from a lay person's perspective. But I also admit that there's a lot of deeper context that I can't possibly get. I mean, I would love to like learn ancient Hebrew, but then again, I'm almost 53 and I have a full-time job and I have 2 YouTube channels and I have a wife. So the odds at this point that I'm going to really, become not even a biblical scholar, but just someone who can do, like ancient Hebrew, like Justin can, or ancient Greek, like Koine Greek. That ship is probably passed at this point. I mean, never say never. If I get into a point where maybe for whatever reason, suddenly my job, like I don't need my job anymore, and maybe I'm financially secure enough to where I can dedicate even more time to this hobby that I have, maybe there will be a point where I can be like, guess what, guys? I'm learning Hebrew. But even then, even if I do that, it's going to be years before I can even speak somewhat logically, or sufficiently about these things. I'm pulling up this, if you hear me clacking, I'm pulling up this comparative theological framework. So I'm going to have to look this up. A disciplined method of interreligious engagement holds comparative and theology together, requiring scholars or practitioners to remain deeply rooted in their own religious tradition while engaging in the serious, focused study of another to foster deep cross-border learning. I mean, just pulling up the quick definition, it sounds intriguing. I don't know how that plays out in practice, but I'm not even asking anyone to figure that out on the call. So I appreciate Tavo for calling in. That was a cool, quick conversation. I am going to be shutting this live stream down. It was it wasn't quick. I guess I was on here for 4 hours. It was or 3 hours or something. It was a impromptu decision because, as you guys saw, I was brainstorming around my site here. I would say my upcoming site, but it's actually live right now. And the idea is for this site to be a resource for me, maybe even for you guys. I don't know, in the future, just, it's not going to be some scholarly resource. It's not going to be something that a theologian or a scholar will ever look at and say, well, you got it from skepticus.info. Then I guess you know what you're talking about. That's not the point of this. But the point is to provide a easy to reference online resource where hopefully I and maybe even other people can quickly look up basic arguments about religion and, let's be honest, specifically Christianity. I'm not opposed to looking at other religions, but as I've talked about before on my channel, it's mostly about Christianity because I live in a Christian nation. I was raised Christian. It is my background. But I am really grateful. I am going to go through all of the comments in the chat because I know a lot of people were chatting, which is awesome. And I asked for brainstorming, and I'm sure that I did not see all the suggestions or things that people put in. But just sitting here thinking like, what about this? What about this? What about this? Like all these other things that I can put in essentially my cheat sheet, but it's on steroids, right? So I appreciate that very much. But thank you, JR. It is going to be a happy anniversary. I'm going to shut down. I'm going to shower. I need to go wash my balls and put on a new shirt and get ready to go out in the town. We're going to have some dinner, and we're going to listen to some jazz, and we're going to hit a couple good clubs, and we're going to have a good night. And I'm going to really enjoy the fact that I am loving life and living here in New Orleans, and I'm blessed. And even as an atheist, I feel comfortable saying that I'm blessed. I'm very happy right now. And in case it wasn't already painfully clear, if you are free at all on Tuesday, starting at 5 o'clock Central, it will be the anniversary show. I don't want to sound corny, but I feel kind of cool about it. Like I've been doing this a year. So I'm going to kind of make as big of a deal as I can out of it. Hopefully we'll get, 20 or 30 people together and we'll have some drinks and we'll have a good time. And I'll have my countdown on screen and we'll go through as much Christian bullshit as we can. And we'll go through as much theology as we can, and we'll have a good night. And if you can't make it Tuesday, that's fine too. I know William said that he can't get here Tuesday, but that's okay. I mean, you kind of suck for that, William, but I won't hold it against you too much. I hope all of you have a great night. Thank you. We'll get my ass in the shower. I appreciate each and every one of you. And lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical.